Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't sleep properly since that night at Castle Augustus. It's been over a year and a half now, but every time I close my eyes, I hear those footsteps. I've worked security jobs for 8 years, and nothing ever rattled me until December 29th, 2021. I need to get this off my chest, even if nobody believes me. I'd been working at the Augustus Museum for about 7 months when it happened. The museum is housed in the old Castle Augustus II, this massive stone structure from the 18th century that somehow survived most of W2 bombing. The place had just closed for renovations, electrical work mostly, so it was just us security guards and the contractors during those weeks. The pay was decent, and the job was pretty straightforward. We'd patrol designated sections, make sure the workers weren't damaging anything historical, and lock up various wings as they finished for the day. The castle has 4 floors, including the basement, where they store all the artifacts not currently on display. I usually worked the 2nd floor west wing, which included what they called the royal apartments, basically the king's personal rooms. That night started like any other late shift. I arrived at 6 in the evening, signed in at the security office, grabbed my flashlight and radio, and listened to Pavel, the day shift guy, give his update. Nothing special today, Victor. Electricians finished in the east corridor. Just watch out for the throne room. They left some tools near the display cases. He seemed eager to leave, barely making eye contact as he handed me the security tablet with our checkpoint system. "Any other workers still here?" I asked, scrolling through the day's logs. "Just 2 guys finishing some wiring in the basement. They should be gone by 8. Pavel was already halfway out the door. "Oh, and Marius called in sick, so it's just you and Dora tonight." "Great. The castle has over 60 rooms spanning 4 floors, and they had just 2 of us on duty. Dora was assigned to the 1st floor and basement, while I had the entire 2nd and 3rd floors to myself. Management always cut corners whenever possible. I started my rounds on the 3rd floor, marking each checkpoint with the tablet. The 3rd floor was pretty boring, just administrative offices and storage rooms. The real history was on the 2nd floor, where Augustus II had actually lived and ruled. Around 8:30, I got a call from Dora. "Victor, the workers just left. Can you close up the west wing on the 2nd floor? I've still got the basement to check." "No problem," I replied, already heading down the ornate marble staircase. I've always felt a weird vibe in that part of the castle, especially at night. The 2nd floor west wing houses the throne room and the king's personal chambers, all meticulously restored after the war. The restoration team had spent millions getting every detail right, from the gold leaf on the crown moldings to the exact shade of red for the velvet curtains and carpets. The throne room is the centerpiece, this massive space with 30-foot ceilings, crystal chandeliers, and gold literally everywhere. Augustus was called the Strong for a reason. The guy was obsessed with displaying his power and wealth. His throne sits on a raised platform, surrounded by these life-sized portraits of him and his ancestors staring down at you. Even in the daytime, with tourists chattering around, it feels imposing. At night, with just the emergency lights casting shadows, it's downright eerie. I entered the throne room first, making sure the workers had cleaned up properly. The room was connected to a series of antechambers that led to the king's private quarters. The layout was designed so visitors had to walk through progressively more exclusive rooms before reaching the king, a physical representation of how close you were to power. After securing the throne room, I moved to the first antechamber, what they called the audience chamber, where the king would meet important visitors. Nothing unusual there. I marked it on my tablet and continued to the second antechamber, which was smaller and more richly decorated. This room was where the king's most trusted advisors would meet him. I was checking the windows when I first heard it. Footsteps. Not the creaking you'd expect in a 300-year-old building, but distinct footsteps on hardwood floor. They came from behind the wall to my right, where the king's guardrobe room was located. The guardrobe was basically a fancy dressing room where servants would help the king dress in his royal outfits. It connected the second antechamber to the king's bedroom through a heavy oak door that remained permanently closed as part of the exhibition. I froze, listening carefully. The footsteps continued, slow, deliberate steps that sounded like hard-soled shoes on wood. My first thought was that one of the workers had gotten locked in, so I called out, "Hello, is someone still here?" The footsteps stopped immediately. I radioed Dora. "Hey, I think someone might be in the guardrobe room on the second floor. Did any workers mention they were staying late?" "No," she replied, her voice crackling through the static. "Everyone signed out." "Want me to come up?" "No, I'll check it out. Probably just the old building settling." I didn't really believe that, though. What I heard were definitely footsteps. I walked back through the second antechamber and into the corridor that led around to the guardrobe room. This part of the museum had motion-activated lights that dimmed after a few minutes without movement. As I turned the corner, the lights flickered on, revealing the empty hallway with its red carpet runner and oak-paneled walls. The guardrobe room door was locked, as it should be. I used my security key to open it and flipped on the lights. The room was empty, just display cases showing the king's elaborate clothing and various dressing. Instruments. Nothing was disturbed. No workers, no equipment left behind, nothing. I did a thorough check anyway, looking behind display cases and even checking the small maintenance closet. Nothing. I chalked it up to my imagination, or maybe pipes in the walls and locked up again. When I returned to the throne room, I heard them again. This time, the footsteps were moving from the guardrobe room into what would be the king's bedroom, which was strange because I'd just locked the guardrobe room, and the connecting door between it and the bedroom hadn't been opened in decades. It was kept closed as part of the historical display. The footsteps were heavier this time, more deliberate. I could even hear the slight squeak of the floorboards beneath them. They moved slowly across what I knew was the bedroom floor, paused, then continued to what would be the window. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I'm not easily spooked, you can't be in this job, but something about those footsteps felt intentional, like whoever was making them knew I was listening. I radioed Dora again. "I definitely heard something in the royal apartments. I'm going to check the bedroom now." "Be careful," she said. "Want me to call for backup?" "No, it's fine. I'll let you know what I find." I made my way to the king's bedroom entrance. Unlike the guardrobe, this room was open to the main museum pathway. The lights came on as I entered, illuminating the massive four-poster bed with its red velvet curtains and the ornate furniture arranged exactly as it would have been in the king's time. The room was empty. No footsteps now, no movement, nothing out of place. I walked slowly around the perimeter, checking behind curtains and furniture. The connecting door to the guardrobe was still closed and locked from the other side, just as it should be. There was no way anyone could have walked from one room to the other. As I stood there trying to make sense of what I'd heard, the temperature dropped suddenly. I'm not talking about a slight chill. The room went from comfortable to freezing in seconds. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. The emergency lights flickered, dimmed, and for a moment I thought they would go out completely. Then they stabilized, but at a lower intensity, casting long shadows across the room. That's when I noticed something odd about the king's bed. The covers, which were always perfectly arranged by the museum staff, appeared disturbed, as if someone had sat on the edge. I approached slowly, my flashlight trained on the indentation in the thick brocade bedspread. As I got closer, the footsteps started again, this time right behind me. I spun around so fast, I nearly lost my balance. There was nobody there, but the footsteps continued, circling around me. They weren't coming from the floor anymore. They seemed to be coming from the air itself, surrounding me. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. I backed toward the door, my eyes darting around the empty room. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "This area is closed." The footsteps stopped directly in front of me, no more than 2 feet away. The cold intensified, concentrated in that spot, like someone breathing winter air directly into my face. I bolted. I'm not proud of it, but instinct took over and I ran straight out of that room, through the antechambers, and didn't stop until I reached the security office, where Dora was monitoring the cameras. "Jesus, Victor, you look like you've seen a ghost," she said, getting up from her chair. I was breathing hard, trying to collect myself. "There's something in the king's chambers. I heard footsteps, but there's nobody there." Instead of laughing like I expected, Dora's face turned serious. "You heard them too? The footsteps behind the wall?" My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, too?" She sat down, gesturing for me to do the same. "A few of us have heard them, mainly on night shifts. Stefan was the first, about 3 months ago. Then Marius last week. That's probably why he called in sick tonight. He was pretty shaken up." "Why didn't anyone tell me?" I demanded. Dora shrugged. "Management doesn't want us talking about it. Bad for morale or something. Plus, what are they going to do? Call in an exorcist for a national historical landmark? So what is it? What's making the noise?" "Stefan has a theory." She lowered her voice, even though we were alone. "You know the history of Augustus II, right? Everyone who worked there knew the basics. Augustus II, called the Strong, was king of Poland and elector of Saxony in the early 18th century. He was known for his physical strength, his many mistresses, and his obsession with collecting art and building grand palaces. "Stefan thinks it's him," Dora continued. "Augustus checking on his castle, making sure we're taking care of it properly." I would have laughed if I hadn't just experienced what I did. That's ridiculous. Is it? This was his home. He designed every inch of these rooms himself. He died unexpected, you know. Some say he wasn't ready to leave. I didn't sleep at all that night after my shift ended. I kept hearing those footsteps in my head, feeling that cold spot right in front of me. The way the bed looked disturbed, as if someone had just stood up from it. I went back the next night, determined to find a rational explanation. I checked the ventilation system, the old pipes, the floorboards, anything that could explain the footsteps or the cold spot. I found nothing. For the next 3 nights, I heard nothing unusual. I was starting to think it had been my imagination after all. Then, on my 5th night after the incident, as I was locking up the throne room, I heard a different sound. The creak of someone sitting in a chair. I turned slowly toward the throne. In the dim emergency lighting, I could swear I saw the velvet cushion depress slightly, as if taking the weight of an invisible occupant. I don't work at the castle anymore. I quit the next day. Some things you just can't explain, and some places hold more than just history. I still drive past the castle sometimes, and I always look up at the windows of the royal apartments on the 2nd floor. Once, just once, I could swear I saw a figure standing there watching. A large man in elaborate clothing, his hand resting on the windowsill. Sometimes I wonder if he's still walking those rooms at night, checking on his kingdom, making sure everything is as it should be. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if he followed me home. Story 2. I still get chills thinking about what happened when I was 7. It's been over 20 years, but some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something is watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. Back in 2001, my mum, stepdad, Brother and I moved into this house in Pineville. It wasn't anything special, just a two-story with a finished basement built in the 70s. The address was 404 Maple Street, which seems weirdly fitting now, like some kind of error code for a glitch in reality. The day we moved in, I remember the realtor seemed nervous. She kept fidgeting with her keys and wouldn't look my parents in the eye when they asked why the house was so cheap. Finally, she just blurted out this weird warning. "Whatever you do, don't remove the roses taped to the walls." Then she practically shoved the keys into my mom's hand and left. There were these dried roses taped up in random spots throughout the house. One in the upstairs hallway, 3 in my brother's room, 1 in the basement, and 2 in the dining room. They were brown and crumbly, preserved behind clear packing tape. My mom thought they were disgusting. Previous owner must have been some kind of hoarder, she said, and within 2 days she'd torn them all down and thrown them away. That's when things started happening. The first incident was about a week after we moved in. I was home alone after school. My mum worked until 5, and my stepdad until 6, and my brother had baseball practice. I was watching TV downstairs when I heard footsteps directly above me in my brother's room. Not just subtle creaks that old houses make. These were deliberate steps, like someone pacing back and forth. I called out, thinking maybe my brother had come home early, but there was no answer. The footsteps continued. I was frozen in place for what felt like forever, before I finally got the courage to call my mum at work. By the time she answered, the footsteps had stopped. She told me it was just the house settling, but I knew better. A few days later, my aunt and uncle came to stay with us for the weekend. We put them in the basement guest room. The next morning, they announced they were going to a hotel. When my mom asked why, my uncle pulled her aside, but I overheard him saying they'd been up all night because of the footsteps on the ceiling above them, except no one was walking around upstairs at 3 in the morning. They never stayed over again. Our dog, Max, started acting weird too. He was a German shepherd, not easily spooked, but he refused to go upstairs. He'd stand at the bottom of the staircase, hackles raised, growling at nothing. Eventually, he started sleeping right outside my bedroom door every night, like he was standing guard. I was grateful for his protection, but terrified about what he might be protecting me from. About a month after we moved in, my brother had some friends over. They were playing hide and seek, and one of the kids, Tyler, decided to hide in my brother's closet. We didn't see him for almost an hour. We actually gave up looking and started playing video games, assuming he'd gone home without telling anyone. Then suddenly Tyler came tearing down the stairs, white as a sheet and crying. When he calmed down enough to talk, he said he'd been hiding in the closet when he saw footprints appear in the carpet, like invisible feet were walking across the room. Then he felt hot breath on his ear and heard a woman whisper, "Get out of my house." My parents thought he was making it up for attention, but I believed him, because I'd heard things too. Whispers, crying, the sound of someone dragging something heavy across the floor upstairs when everyone was downstairs. After Tyler left, my brother and I snuck up to investigate the closet. It was one of those walk-ins with a little crawl space access panel in the back wall. We'd never opened it before. When we did, we found a concrete wall with writing on it. Someone had carved into the concrete, "These roses shall not be removed. They keep her spirit at bay. I say goodbye, for I'll kill myself today." We slammed the panel shut and ran downstairs, but we didn't tell our parents. I don't know why. Maybe we thought they wouldn't believe us, or maybe we were just too scared to say it out loud. The worst incident happened a couple weeks later. My stepdad's cousin was visiting and sleeping in my room, so I was temporarily bunking on a mattress in my parents' room. In the middle of the night, the cousin came bursting in, completely hysterical. He said he'd woken up to see my blanket slowly lifting off the bed, like someone was pulling it up from the foot. It happened 3 times. The blanket would rise about a foot in the air, then drop back down. The 4th time, the blanket was yanked completely off the bed and thrown onto the floor. He was about to get up, when he saw the mattress depress, like someone was sitting on the edge of the bed. Then, in a split second, he said I was lifted off the mattress and thrown across the room, hitting the wall and falling to the floor. Except I wasn't in the room. I was sleeping safely between my parents. The cousin was so convinced he'd seen me being attacked that he couldn't accept I wasn't there. He left that night and refused to ever come back to our house. My parents finally started to take things seriously. Too many unexplainable things had happened. My mum called the realtor, who refused to tell her anything except, "I warned you about the roses." A week later, we moved out. Just like that. My parents broke the lease, forfeited their security deposit, and we were gone. We left almost everything behind. Furniture, clothes, toys. My parents said we could buy new stuff, but we couldn't stay there another night. I didn't find out the truth about the house until years later, when I was in high school. I got curious and started researching the history of 404 Maple Street. What I found made my blood run cold. In 1996, a young couple had moved in right after their wedding. Just days later, the husband murdered his pregnant wife in a jealous rage, sealed her body in the crawl space of the upstairs closet, my brother's closet, and then hanged himself from the ceiling fan in that same room. The roses had been from their wedding. Apparently, after the bodies were discovered and removed, strange things started happening in the house. A medium told the new owners that the roses were keeping the wife's spirit at bay, that her soul was connected to them somehow. So they preserved them, taping them to the walls where the paranormal activity was strongest. It worked, I guess, until my mom tore them down. The detail that haunts me the most is that the wife was 2 months pregnant when she died. I think that's why the spirit targeted me, the youngest in the house. She was angry seeing a child living in the house where her own child should have grown up. I've tried talking to my parents about it as an adult, but they shut down immediately. All my mom will say is, some things are better left in the past. My brother remembers it all, though. He still sleeps with the lights on. Last year, I drove through Pineville and worked up the courage to drive past the old house. It was abandoned, windows boarded up, yard overgrown. A neighbor was outside, and I stopped to ask about it. She told me no one has lived there for more than a few months at a time since we left. The last family fled in the middle of the night after their 5-year-old daughter was found unconscious at the bottom of the stairs, claiming a woman had pushed her. I don't know if posting this will help me or just dredge up memories I've tried to bury. But I know what happened in that house was real. Sometimes I still dream about it. The footsteps, the whispers, the feeling of hands on my blanket. And I always wake up wondering if she followed us or if her rage is still trapped in house 404, waiting for the next family to make the mistake of removing the roses that aren't there anymore. Story 3. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. Growing up, I always rolled my eyes when people talked about their ghost stories or whatever. I was the one who'd try to find logical explanations for everything. A creaking floorboard, old house settling, strange noises at night, probably raccoons in the attic. I was practical like that. That all changed about 7 months ago when I started working at this new Dunkin' Donuts location that had just opened in the Oakwood shopping center. It was a pretty standard setup. We were in a standalone building in the middle of a massive parking lot surrounded by other retail stores. Nothing special or historic about it. Brand new construction, actually. I took the job because the hours worked with my college schedule and the pay was decent for food service. Plus, my friend Zach already worked there and said the manager was cool about giving time off for exams. Seemed perfect. During my first week, I noticed some of my co-workers acting weird. They'd get jumpy or suddenly look over their shoulders when nobody was there. I caught Taylor, this girl who'd been there since opening day, refusing to go into the storage room alone. When I asked her why, she just said, "This place is messed up, Clarissa. You'll see." I laughed it off. New building, probably just settling noises or something. Maybe the AC system made weird sounds. Whatever. About 3 weeks in, I was scheduled for my first closing shift with Zach. The store closed at 10, and we usually finished cleaning up by 11. The shopping center would be pretty much empty by then, just a few employees from other stores heading to their cars. Everything was normal until about 10:30. We had locked the front door, counted the register, and were just finishing mopping the lobby when we heard this loud banging from the back door. Not just knocking, I mean banging, like someone was trying to break the door down. "What the hell?" Zach jumped, nearly knocking over the mop bucket. "Probably just the wind blowing something against the door," I said, though it sounded way too deliberate for that. The banging continued, 3 more loud hits, then it stopped. We looked at each other and I could tell Zach was freaked out. "Go check," he whispered. "Why me?" I asked, but was already heading that way because, honestly, I was sure there was a rational explanation. Our back door has this small window and it leads directly out to the parking lot. That's important because there's nowhere to hide out there. It's just open pavement for at least 50 feet in every direction, well lit by the parking lot lights. I looked through the window, then opened the door and stepped outside. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No person, no animal, not even a garbage can that could have blown against the door. Just empty parking lot. "Anything?" Zach called from inside. "No, nothing at all," I said, feeling the first real twinge of unease. How could something bang that loudly and then just disappear? There was literally nowhere to hide. I locked the door again and tried to laugh it off. Probably just the door frame settling or something. Zach didn't look convinced, but we finished closing without mentioning it again. I probably would have forgotten about it, except similar things kept happening. Small stuff at first. Items moved from where we left them. Weird cold spots by the coffee machines, that kind of thing. I kept finding logical explanations. AC vents, forgetful co-workers, whatever. Then about a month later, I was in the back room grabbing more cups when I heard someone clearly say, "Risa." I froze. Nobody at work called me that. Only my dad ever called me Risa, and he'd passed away 2 years ago. It wasn't just that someone said it, it sounded exactly like him. That specific way he'd say it, slightly drawn out on the first syllable. "Hello?" I called out, my heart pounding. No answer. I walked back to the front, trying to stay calm. "Did one of you just call me?" Taylor and Megan both shook their heads. "We've been out here the whole time," Taylor said, giving me that knowing look. "Why? What did you hear?" "Nothing," I lied. "Just thought I heard something." After that, I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was definitely off about that place. I started noticing more things. The soda machine would turn on by itself. Doors would close when nobody was near them. One morning I arrived to open and found all the chairs had been taken off the tables and arranged perfectly around them, even though the closing crew swore they'd left them up. Things escalated about 2 months in. Taylor, Megan and I were working a mid-shift when we all clearly heard Zach's voice from the back room saying, "Hey, can someone help me with these boxes?" Taylor automatically started walking toward the back before Megan grabbed her arm. "Zach isn't working today," she said, her face going pale. We all just stood there for a second before I forced myself to go. Check. The back room was completely empty. When we told Zach about it the next day, he got really quiet. "That's not even the weirdest thing," he finally said. "Remember Alicia who quit last month? She told me she quit because she heard her grandmother's voice while she was closing. Her grandmother who died 3 years ago." I didn't know what to say to that. It was getting harder to come up with rational explanations. The incident that finally broke me happened during another closing shift. It was me and Taylor this time, about 3 weeks ago. We had locked up, finished most of the cleaning, and were just wiping down the last few tables. We both heard the electronic ding that sounds whenever someone opens the front door. We froze and looked at each other. "Did you lock it?" Taylor whispered. Yes, I'm positive, I said, though my stomach was suddenly in knots. The front door was definitely locked. I could see the bolt from where I was standing, yet we'd both heard the door alert, clear as day. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid even as I said it. No answer, of course. The lobby was completely empty except for us. "Let's just finish up quickly and get out of here," Taylor said, her voice shaking slightly. We went back to cleaning, both of us working faster than before. That's when we heard it. A loud crash from the seating area. We both spun around to see one of the chairs had fallen off a table. Not just slid off. It had landed about 4 feet away from the table, like it had been thrown. "That's it. I'm out," Taylor said, already untying her apron. "Wait," I said, though I was terrified too. Maybe it was just balanced weird and finally fell. As if in response, we heard the unmistakable sound of another chair being pulled across the floor, slowly, deliberately, scraping along the tile. We both turned and saw a chair at another table slowly moving away from it. By itself. No one was touching it. It moved about 2 feet and then stopped. I've never moved so fast in my life. We didn't even finish cleaning. We just grabbed our stuff, set the alarm, and ran out to our cars. I was shaking so bad I could barely get my key in the ignition. The next day, our manager asked why we'd left the place half cleaned. We told him everything. I expected him to laugh or get mad, but he just sighed and said, "Yeah, weird stuff happens here. Just try to finish your shifts, okay?" That's when Taylor told me the manager had already gone through 6 employees who'd quit because of the weird stuff. Apparently, everyone had experienced something, but no one wanted to talk about it for fear of sounding crazy. I'm still working there because I need the money, but I refuse to close anymore. I only work morning and mid shifts now when there are lots of people around. Even then, I get this feeling sometimes, like someone's watching me from the corner of the room. I'll turn quickly and catch nothing, just a shadow that shouldn't be there, or a flicker of movement where nothing's moving. Last week I was filling the donut case when I distinctly felt someone tap me on the shoulder. I turned around and no one was there. Megan was across the room at the register and no one else was behind the counter. What makes it even creepier is that the building is brand new. There's no history there, no tragic deaths or anything to explain a haunting. The land was just an empty lot before they built the shopping center 3 years ago. I've tried researching the area, looking for anything that might explain what's happening. The closest I found was that the whole shopping center was built on land that used to be farmland, but that's it. Nothing special or tragic about it. I don't know what to make of all this. I used to be so logical, so quick to dismiss ghost stories. Now I find myself jumping at shadows and avoiding being alone in certain parts of the store. I've started saying good morning to the empty store when I open, just in case. Well, just in case something is listening. The weirdest part, the paranormal activity seems to be getting more frequent. What started as occasional odd noises has turned into almost daily occurrences. Just yesterday, a customer's coffee slid across the pickup counter by itself. The customer didn't even notice because she was looking at her phone, but I saw it clear as day. I don't know how much longer I can work there. Every shift feels like I'm waiting for the next impossible thing to happen. My co-workers feel the same way. We've developed this weird camaraderie around it, checking in with each other, never leaving anyone alone in the back room, little signals when something strange happens. I still don't have any explanation for what's haunting that Dunkin' Donuts. All I know is that I'm never going to doubt someone's ghost story again. And if you're ever in the Oakwood shopping center and want coffee, maybe try the Starbucks across the parking lot instead. Trust me on this one. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone outside my therapist's office. It's been 20 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. When I was 10 years old, I lived in a small town in South Texas with my dad, stepmom, and 2 stepbrothers. From the outside, we probably looked like a normal family. My dad worked long hours at the oil refinery, and my stepmom stayed home with us kids. But behind closed doors, it was a different story. My stepmom had this way of treating me when no one else was around. Little things at first, extra chores, smaller portions at dinner, forgetting to wash my clothes. Then it escalated to pinching me when I didn't respond fast enough, locking me in the garage when she was angry, telling me I was worthless and that my real mum left because of me. The worst part was how she'd switch personalities the moment my dad walked through the door. Suddenly, she was loving and concerned, asking how my day was, while giving me this look that said, "Don't you dare say anything." I tried telling my dad once. He just sighed and said, "Elena, you need to try harder with her. She's doing her best." My teachers noticed I was withdrawn, but chalked it up to being shy. My stepbrothers saw everything, but were too afraid of their mom to speak up. One particularly bad night in August, my stepmom had caught me eating a cookie before dinner. She grabbed my arm so hard it left marks, then told my dad I'd been stealing food and lying about it. I got sent to my room without dinner, door locked from the outside like usual. I remember sitting on my bed, stomach growling, arms throbbing where her fingers had dug in. I was crying, but quietly. Making noise only made things worse. I felt so completely alone, like I was invisible, like no one would ever believe me or help me. For the first time I had this awful thought. What if I just wasn't here anymore? What if everything just stopped? The thought didn't scare me. It felt like relief. My room was almost completely dark, just a sliver of hallway light coming under the door. I walked over to my dresser, where I had this small mirror mounted on the wall. I could barely see my reflection in the darkness, just the outline of my blonde hair and pajamas. I was staring at myself, wondering if anyone would even notice if I disappeared, when something changed in the mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks from crying too much. But then I realized the reflection wasn't matching my movements anymore. The blonde hair in the mirror was darkening, lengthening. The outline of the small figure was growing taller, older. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. The room felt suddenly colder, like all the air was being sucked out. Then I saw her eyes open in the mirror, bright red, like burning coals. Not just red irises, but the entire eye, socket filled with this glowing crimson light. Her face was angular, older than mine, but not elderly, maybe in her 30s. Her black hair hung down past her shoulders, moving slightly as though underwater. Her expression was intense, angry, but not at me. It felt like she was angry for me. She didn't speak, but I felt a pulling sensation, like she was summoning me closer to the mirror. My body started moving forward without my permission. I couldn't control my legs. I just kept walking toward her, one small step at a time. The room around me seemed to fade away. All I could see was her face growing larger in the mirror as I approached. The red eyes brightened, and I swear I could feel heat coming from the glass. My hand started rising up toward the mirror's surface. In my head, I heard something that wasn't exactly a voice, more like a feeling translated into words. "Come, I'll end this for you. Come through." My fingertips were inches from the glass when something inside me snapped. Some survival instinct kicked in, and I physically shook myself like waking from a nightmare. I stumbled backward, falling onto my butt on the carpet. When I looked up, the mirror was normal again, just my own terrified face staring back. The room was suddenly brighter too, as if whatever darkness had gathered had been dispelled. My blonde hair, my blue pajamas, my tear-streaked face, all normal. The red-eyed woman was gone. I scrambled to my bed and pulled the covers over my head, shaking uncontrollably for what felt like hours. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare or my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. It felt too real, too physical. And something about those eyes stayed with me, not just the color, but the rage in them, like centuries of anger compressed into two burning points. Weirdly, after that night, things got worse at home. My stepmom became more openly cruel, not even bothering to hide it when my dad was nearby. It was like something had changed in the house's energy. The air felt heavier. Electrical things would malfunction when my stepmom was angry. Lights flickering, the TV turning to static. Once, a glass shattered in her hand when she was yelling at me. About 2 months after the mirror incident, my dad came home early and caught my stepmom dragging me by my hair to the garage. Something finally clicked for him. He took pictures of my bruises, filed for divorce the next day, and got temporary full custody of me while kicking her out. The court battles were ugly, but eventually he got permanent custody, and she got supervised visitation with her sons. Life improved dramatically after that. My dad and I went to therapy together. He apologized constantly for not believing me, for not seeing what was happening. We moved to a different house, and I never experienced anything supernatural again, at least not for many years, but I never forgot the red-eyed woman. As I got older, I researched similar experiences, looking for explanations. Maybe it was a stress-induced hallucination. Maybe it was a trauma response, my mind creating a powerful protector figure when I felt most helpless. I've considered all the rational explanations. Still, part of me has always wondered if she was something else. A spirit? An entity? Something drawn to my pain and desperation that night? I've never been able to shake the feeling that she was real, whatever real means in this context. When I was 25, I got into meditation and started exploring my family history. During one particularly deep ancestor meditation, I encountered a presence that felt strikingly familiar. A woman with long black hair and overwhelming anger, not threatening toward me, but carrying this ancient rage. She didn't have the red eyes this time, but everything else about her energy was the same. I mentioned this to my meditation teacher, who happened to also be a medium. She suggested we try to connect with this entity together. During our session, she claimed to make contact with a female ancestor from my father's side, a woman who had endured terrible abuse in her lifetime and whose pain had been passed down through generations. According to the medium, this ancestor was trying to protect me in her own way, but her rage and trauma made her energy frightening rather than comforting. The medium helped me communicate with this presence, to thank her for trying to protect me, but to let her know that her anger was scary and that I was safe now. We did a ritual to help her find peace. I don't know if it worked or if any of it was real, but I never felt that particular energy again. Looking back as an adult, I still don't have definitive answers. Was the red-eyed woman in the mirror a manifestation of generational trauma? A protective ancestor whose pain twisted her appearance into something frightening? A stress hallucination, or something darker that was trying to lure a vulnerable child towards self-destruction? Sometimes I think about what might have happened if I'd touched the mirror that night. Where would she have taken me? What would have ended? Just my suffering or my existence? I've since learned a lot about intergenerational trauma, how pain can echo through families like ripples in water. I've done the work to break those cycles in my own life. My dad and I have healed our relationship. I've forgiven him, though I've never reconnected with my former stepmom. But on some nights, when I'm alone and catch my reflection in a darkened window or mirror, I still get that feeling of being watched. I still avoid looking too long at my reflection in dim lighting. And sometimes, when I'm facing a particularly difficult challenge, I swear I can feel her presence, not threatening anymore, but watchful, protective even. I've come to believe that spirits exist in various forms with different intentions. Some may be ancestors carrying unresolved pain. Some might be drawn to our darkest moments, either to help or to take advantage. Whatever the red-eyed woman was, she appeared during the lowest point of my childhood, when I first contemplated not wanting to exist anymore. I don't know if sharing this will help anyone else who's had similar experiences, but if you've ever seen something impossible in a mirror, or felt a presence during your darkest moments, Know that you're not alone. And if you're a child living through abuse like I was, please keep reaching out until someone believes you. Someone eventually will. Story 5. I still get chills thinking about that house in Veracruz. My parents bought it when I was 16, this massive 4-story mansion that looked like something out of a dream. Dad got a great promotion with his company, and Mum had always wanted to live somewhere impressive. Well, we definitely got impressive, and a whole lot more we never bargained for. I'm 25 now, and I've moved out and started my own life, but what happened in that house still haunts me. I've never told the full story online before, but after reading other people's experiences here, I finally feel brave enough to share. From the very first week, things felt off. The mansion was beautiful. High ceilings, marble floors, panoramic views of the countryside, but there was always this heaviness in certain rooms. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and I constantly felt like someone was watching me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night convinced someone was standing in the corner, but when I turned on the light, nobody was there. My little brother Marco was the first to actually see her. He was only 10 at the time, and he came running into my room one night, completely terrified. "There's a girl in my room," he whispered, his whole body shaking. I thought he was just having a nightmare, but he was adamant. "She's wearing a white nightgown, and she just stands there staring at me." I checked his room, of course, and found nothing, but the next morning, Mum found Marco sleeping on the floor of their bedroom. This became a regular thing, him sneaking into their room in the middle of the night because he was afraid of the girl. At first, my parents thought it was just an overactive imagination, but then one of my friends stayed over. Daniela had been my best friend since 7th grade, and she'd never been one to make up stories. We were up late watching movies in the media room when she suddenly went rigid beside me. "Sarah," she whispered, "who's that little girl?" I looked where she was pointing, at the doorway leading to the hall, but saw nothing. "What girl?" "She was just there," Daniela insisted. "A little girl in a white nightgown. She was just standing there watching us." After that, Daniela refused to stay over again, and she wasn't the last. Within 6 months, 3 different house guests had reported seeing the same thing. A young girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, with long dark hair and a white nightgown. The weird thing is, I never saw her myself. Not once. But I felt her presence constantly. Items would move around in my room. My hairbrush would be on the other side of the vanity. My school backpack would be unzipped when I was sure I'd closed it. Small things, but unsettling. My father never talked much about what he experienced. He's always been the practical, no-nonsense type who scoffed at ghost stories. But something happened to him about a year after we moved in that changed him completely. Mom had been in Mexico City visiting her sister for the weekend, and Dad was alone in their master bedroom on the 3rd floor. It was around 2 in the morning when he woke up to use the bathroom. As he was washing his hands, he heard the bedroom door creak. Thinking it might be Marco or me, he quickly dried his hands and opened the bathroom door. That's when he saw her. The little girl in the white nightgown, standing at the foot of his bed, partially hidden by shadows. "Sarah," he called out, thinking it was me for a split second. But then he remembered I was staying at a friend's house that night for a school project. And this figure was much smaller than me anyway. Dad told me he was completely frozen with fear. The girl didn't move or speak. She just stood there watching him. He said her eyes seemed wrong somehow. Too dark, too empty. He couldn't bring himself to approach her, so he simply got back into bed, turned away from her, and pretended to sleep until morning. When Mom came home the next day, Dad was pale and exhausted. He finally told her what he'd seen, and for the first time, I heard my father admit he was terrified in that house. But we'd invested everything in the property, and moving wasn't an option. The little girl wasn't our only visitor. About 2 years after we moved in, things escalated dramatically. I was 19 by then, home from university for summer break. My parents had to go to a wedding in Guadalajara, so my Aunt Elena came to stay with me and Marco, bringing my grandmother Rosa along for company. That night, we decided to see a late movie in town. The three of us got back around midnight, and as we pulled into the driveway, Aunt Elena suddenly slammed on the brakes. "What is that?" she gasped, pointing up at the house. I followed her gaze to the third-floor balcony, my parents' bedroom balcony, and saw nothing. "What? What did you see?" Elena's face had gone completely white. There was someone standing there, a tall figure. A man, I think. He was just standing there watching us pull in. Grandmother Rosa crossed herself and started praying under her breath. I kept staring at the balcony, but saw absolutely nothing unusual. "Are you sure it wasn't just a shadow?" I asked, but Elena was already fumbling with her phone. "I'm calling security, right now." Our house was in a gated community with round-the-clock security guards. Within 5 minutes, 2 guards arrived and did a complete sweep of the property. They found all doors and windows locked, no signs of forced entry, and absolutely no evidence that anyone had been on the third-floor balcony or anywhere else in the house. But what Elena told me next still makes my skin crawl. While the security guards were checking the perimeter, she confessed that she hadn't told me everything. What she saw wasn't just a figure standing on the balcony. She watched it walk straight through the sliding glass doors into my parents' bedroom. "It didn't open the door, Sarah," she whispered, her voice shaking. "It walked through it, like it wasn't solid." That night, even though security assured us the house was secure, all 4 of us slept in my bedroom. Marco and Grandmother Rosa took my bed, while Elena and I set up makeshift beds on the floor. Nobody wanted to be alone. I barely slept at all. Around 3 in the morning, I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Heavy, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. The doorknob turned slowly, but the door didn't open because we'd barricaded it with my desk chair. The footsteps eventually receded, but none of us could relax after that. When morning finally came, Elena packed up their things and left with Marco and Grandmother Rosa. I was supposed to stay in the house alone until my parents returned 2 days later, but I couldn't do it. I called my boyfriend and stayed at his apartment instead. When my parents got back, I told them everything. Mom wanted to call a priest to bless the house, but Dad resisted. He'd grown up Catholic, but had drifted away from religion over the years. Finally, after weeks of strange noises and more sightings of the little girl, he relented. Father Mendoza came to bless each room of the house. He was an older man with kind eyes, but as he moved through the mansion, his expression grew increasingly troubled. In my parents' bedroom, he stopped abruptly by the sliding glass doors to the balcony, the same doors Elena had seen the figure walk through. "There is a heaviness here," he said quietly. Something is not at rest." He performed the blessing, but before leaving, he pulled my parents aside. I wasn't supposed to hear their conversation, but I lingered in the hallway, desperate for any information that might explain what was happening in our home. "This house has history," I heard Father Mendoza say. "There was a family here before you, many years ago. There were incidents. You should perhaps look into the property's past." My mother started researching immediately. What she discovered chilled us all to the bone. In the 1970s, a wealthy family had lived in the house. They had 3 children, including a 7-year-old daughter. One night, there was a break-in. The father confronted the intruder and was killed. The mother and 2 older children escaped, but the youngest daughter was never found. Some believed she had been kidnapped by the intruder. Others thought she might have hidden somewhere in the house and somehow died there. Her body never recovered. The case was never solved. The little girl in the white nightgown suddenly made terrible sense. But what about the tall, dark figure Elena had seen? That remained a mystery until my mother dug deeper and learned that the original owner of the house, the man who built it in the 1950s, had died by suicide on that very balcony. We lived in that house for 5 more years. The activity never stopped completely, though it seemed to lessen after Father Mendoza's blessing. The little girl would appear sometimes, standing silently at the end of hallways or in doorways. Objects would move. Doors would open and close on their own. My parents finally sold the house 2 years ago, after Marco left for university. They didn't tell the new owners about our experiences. They were afraid one would buy the place if they knew. Sometimes I feel guilty about that. I wonder if the new family has seen the little girl in white, or if they've spotted the dark figure on the balcony. I drive past the house sometimes when I visit my parents at their new condo. It looks so normal from the outside, beautiful even, but I know what lurks inside those walls. I know about the little girl who still wanders the hallways, perhaps searching for a family she lost decades ago. And I know about the darkness that watches from the 3rd floor balcony. I've never been able to explain what happened in that house. All I know is that something was there with us, something that didn't want to be forgotten. And no matter how far away I move or how many years pass, I'll never forget the little girl in the white nightgown, or the fear in my father's eyes the morning after he saw her standing at the foot of his bed. Story 6. I still can't explain what we captured that night. It's been 7 years, and I've consulted with tech experts, religious scholars, and even paranormal investigators. No one has given me a satisfying explanation. I'm sharing this here because I need others to know what happened, and maybe someone has experienced something similar. I was 21 when my family decided to take a short vacation to Tabaristan in northern Iran. My father had been working non-stop for months, and my mother thought the fresh mountain air would do us all good. My younger brother Arman was 16, always glued to his video games, and my parents hoped the break would get him outdoors for a change. We rented this modest 2-story house on the edge of a dense forest. The location was breathtaking. Forest on one side that stretched toward the mountains, and if you walked about 15 minutes in the opposite direction, you'd reach a small village. The house itself wasn't fancy, just 3 bedrooms, a kitchen with a dining area and a living room with windows facing the forest edge. The owner, an elderly man named Mr. Abbasi, handed us the keys with a strange warning. Enjoy your stay, but respect the forest. It's been here longer than any of us. At the time, I thought he was just being dramatic or concerned about littering. Now I'm not so sure. The first 2 days were uneventful. We hiked some nearby trails, visited the village market, and enjoyed being away from the city. On our 3rd evening, my father decided we should have a proper Iranian barbecue. My mother marinated lamb for kebabs, and we prepared all the sides: fresh herbs, lavish bread, grilled tomatoes, the works. It was late afternoon when my father and Arman started setting up the grill near the forest edge, maybe 30 feet from the house. I remember helping them gather some dry branches to make a small campfire next to the grill. For atmosphere, my father said. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the yard. I had just gotten a new phone a week before the trip, my first smartphone with a decent camera. I was documenting everything, taking pictures of the mountains, the forest, our food. I was that annoying person who photographs everything. As the sky darkened, my father got the fire going. It wasn't large, just enough to create that warm, cozy feeling. The flames cast this orange glow on everything around us. For a while, we all sat there, watching the kebabs cook, enjoying the fire. Then the insects started swarming. "That's it," my mother declared after swatting at mosquitoes for the 10th time. "Let's eat inside," my father agreed, and we transferred the kebabs to a serving platter. Arman was already halfway to the house, complaining about bug bites. I remember looking back at the fire as we walked away. My father had decided to let it burn out naturally since it wasn't very big. "It'll die down soon enough," he said. Inside, we gathered around the dining table, passing dishes and telling stories. The windows faced the forest edge, and through them I could still see the flickering glow of our campfire. At one point, I got up to get more water and noticed how pretty the fire looked from inside, this small, dancing light against the darkening forest backdrop. That's when I decided to record a video. I stood by the window, phone in hand, and started filming. I remember zooming in on the fire, thinking it would make a nice memory of our trip. The video wasn't long, maybe 40 seconds. I didn't notice anything unusual at the time. It was just a fire burning down. We finished dinner, cleaned up, and spent the evening playing cards. Eventually, we all went to bed. The next day, we packed up and headed home. The vacation ended without incident, and the video was forgotten among hundreds of other photos and clips I'd taken. Weeks passed. I was organizing my phone, deleting unnecessary files to free up space, when I came across the videos from our trip. I started watching them casually, smiling at the memories. Then I got to the one of the campfire. The first few seconds seemed normal, just flames flickering in the darkness. But when I had zoomed in, something caught my eye. Around the fire, there appeared to be movement. I paused the video, my heart suddenly racing. I played it again, slower this time. There were figures, at least 3 of them, moving around the fire. They were blurry, transparent almost, but unmistakably humanoid in shape. They seemed to be circling the fire, sometimes jumping over it, like in the traditional fire dance we performed during Chahashanbe Suri, the Scarlet Day festival before Persian New Year. I felt cold all over. I played it again and again, trying to convince myself it was smoke or a trick of light. But the movements were too deliberate, too coordinated. These weren't random patterns, they were dancing. With shaking hands, I called for my mother. She watched the video, her face growing pale. "Show your father," was all she said. By evening, my entire family had seen the footage. We sat in silence for a long time. Finally, my father spoke. "In the old stories, they say the forests between the Caspian and the mountains are home to the jinn. The jinn, supernatural creatures from Islamic tradition. Some call them Diev or Pari in that region. They're said to be made of smokeless fire, invisible to human eyes most of the time." "But why would they be dancing around our campfire?" Arman asked, his voice unusually small. My mother looked troubled. "Maybe they were always there, and we just couldn't see them." I became obsessed with the video. I watched it constantly, trying to make out details of the figures. Sometimes I thought I could see features, the outline of a head, limbs moving in rhythm. Other times, they seemed like nothing more than smudges against the firelight. I showed the video to my aunt when she visited the following weekend. She's more religious than my parents and immediately declared it was jinn. She asked to send the video to herself, and I agreed, not thinking much of it at the time. Life went on. I started my university studies in northern Iran, coincidentally not far from where we'd vacationed. One day during my second semester, I was chatting with some local students. When I mentioned the area where we'd stayed, one of them gave me an odd look. "Are you Helena, the one who recorded the dancing jinn?" I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "How do you know about that?" The student explained that my video had circulated among some locals. My aunt had apparently shared it with a friend who lived in the area, who shared it with others. "Everyone around here knows not to build fires near that forest at night," another student added. "The elders say it attracts them." I was stunned. All this time, I'd thought our experience was unique, something only my family knew about. To discover that locals recognized the phenomenon, that they had traditions warning against exactly what we'd done, sent chills through me. When I went home for break, I immediately checked my phone for the video. It was gone. I hadn't deleted it. I'm certain of that. I asked my parents if they'd seen it recently, but they hadn't. I called my aunt, who said she'd accidentally deleted it when clearing space on her phone. I spent hours searching online, hoping my aunt's friend had posted it somewhere, but found nothing. I did, however, find forums where people discussed similar experiences in the region. Stories of transparent figures seen from the corner of one's eye, of movements captured in photographs that weren't visible in real time. Over the next few years, I've managed to track down 3 unrelated people who claim to have seen my video before it disappeared. Each described the same thing: blurry humanoid figures moving around a campfire in patterns resembling a traditional dance. I've developed 2 theories. The first is that some combination of heat, light, and my phone's camera created an optical illusion that resembled moving figures. This is the explanation I cling to when I'm trying to sleep at night. The second theory is harder to reconcile with my understanding of the world: that the forests of northern Iran are indeed home to semi-invisible, intelligent creatures that observe humans, mimicking our behaviors while avoiding direct contact. What troubles me most isn't the possible existence of jinn, it's the way the video disappeared. If it was just an optical illusion, why couldn't I find it again? Why did everyone who had a copy somehow lose it? Sometimes I dream about that night. In my dreams, I'm standing outside by the fire instead of watching from the window. The figures notice me watching. They stop dancing and turn toward me, their features becoming clearer. I always wake up before I can see their faces. I haven't been back to that forest since. I don't think I ever will. But sometimes, when I'm sitting around a campfire with friends, I find myself glancing beyond the circle of light, wondering if we're truly alone. And I never, ever record the flames. Story 7. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. It's been 6 years, but I can still feel the chill running down my spine whenever I think about it. I was 15, working as a junior counselor at Camp Anokijig in Plymouth, Wisconsin. It was my second summer there, and I was excited to be given more responsibility this time around. When I got my cabin assignment, I remember the older counselors exchanging looks. Thunderbird Cabin 2. I'd heard the stories during my first summer. Everyone had. The place was supposedly haunted. Some counselors claimed they'd seen faces peering through the windows at night. Others swore they heard scratching on the walls. There was even this bizarre story about some goatman figure that a counselor from the 90s had supposedly encountered while taking a late-night bathroom trip. I didn't believe any of it. I mean, come on. Every summer camp has those stories, right? It's just part of the tradition. Kids and counselors sitting around campfires, trying to scare each other with tales that have been passed down and exaggerated for decades. I figured the whole Cabin 2 is haunted thing was just the camp's version of the Bloody Mary legend or something. My co-counselor was a guy named Keegan. He was also 15, skinny with curly blonde hair, and it was his first time at Anokijig. I remember feeling a bit superior because I had a year of experience on him. When I told him about the cabin's reputation, he just laughed it off like I did. People just love a good ghost story, he said. Our group that week was all boys, aged 6 to 8. Little guys, most of them first-time campers, away from home for the first time. There were about 24 of them in total, each with their own bunk. The cabin itself was pretty typical. Wooden structure, screen windows with shutters, rows of metal bunk beds on either side of a center aisle, and a small private area in the back for us counselors. Nothing special, nothing that screamed haunted. The first few days went by without incident. Normal camp stuff, swimming in the lake, nature hikes, arts and crafts, campfire songs. Some of the kids were a bit homesick at night, but nothing we couldn't handle. By Wednesday, everyone had settled into the routine. That night, I still remember it was Wednesday because we'd had taco night at dinner. We got all the boys to bed around 9:30. The younger kids were pretty wiped out from the day's activities, so they fell asleep quickly. Keegan and I sat on his bunk at the back of the cabin, sharing a pair of earbuds and watching stupid YouTube videos on his phone. We were trying to be quiet, you know, responsible counselors and all that. It was around 11:15 when it happened. The cabin was completely silent, except for the soft breathing of sleeping kids and the distant sounds from outside. Crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves, maybe an owl. The main campfire had died down hours ago, and most of the camp was asleep. I remember I was half watching some skateboard fail compilation when I heard it. At first, I thought maybe a raccoon had gotten into the cabin or something, a weird rustling noise. But then I realized it was coming from one of the bunks, the sound of a sleeping bag violently shaking, and not just a little movement, like a kid turning over in their sleep. This was intense, like someone was thrashing around inside it. I pulled out my earbud and nudged Keegan. "Hey, I think one of the kids is having a nightmare or something," I whispered. Keegan took out his earbud too, and we both listened. The sound was unmistakable now, fabric rustling frantically, the metal frame of the bunk bed squeaking, and this dull thumping sound of a body bouncing against the mattress. It was coming from Joey's bunk, this little red-headed kid who'd been scared of the dark all week. We were about to get up and check on him when another sound started, the exact same violent shaking, but from the complete opposite side of the cabin. Now it was coming from both Joey's bunk and from where Max was sleeping. I looked at Keegan, and his face had gone completely white. Before either of us could say anything, a third kid started shaking, then a fourth. Within seconds, and I swear I'm not exaggerating, every single kid in that cabin was thrashing in their sleeping bags at exactly the same time. Every single one. The entire cabin was vibrating with this synchronized movement. It sounded like someone had turned on 24 washing machines all at once. The metal bunk beds were creaking and squeaking, the sleeping bags were rustling wildly, and there was this horrible rhythmic thumping as all these little bodies bounced against their mattresses. But here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. Not one of them made a sound. No crying, no screaming, no talking, just the mechanical sounds of their bodies shaking. And I couldn't see their faces clearly in the darkness, but from what I could make out, their eyes were all closed, like they were still asleep. Keegan and I just sat there, completely frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was like my brain couldn't process what was happening. This wasn't possible. 24 kids don't just start convulsing in perfect unison, but it was happening right in front of us. It went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only 15 or 20 seconds. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Complete silence. Every kid instantly went still, like someone had hit a pause button. I remember my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. Keegan and I just stared at each other in the dim light from his phone screen. Neither of us said anything for what must have been at least a minute. What could we say? What had we just seen? Finally, I whispered, "What the fuck was that?" My voice was shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. Keegan shook his head. He looked like he was about to throw up. "I don't know," he whispered back. "Should we check on them?" I nodded, even though every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get out of that cabin. We both stood up on shaky legs and walked down the center aisle between the bunks. Every kid appeared to be peacefully sleeping now, their breathing normal, their bodies still. We checked on a few of them, gently touching shoulders to see if they'd wake up, but they were all deeply asleep. After checking about half the kids, we both got too freaked out to continue. We hurried back to our area, grabbed our flashlights, and practically ran out of the cabin. I remember the cool night air hitting my face and realizing I was drenched in sweat. We sprinted to the senior counselor's cabin. His name was Mike, a college guy who'd been working at the camp for years. We burst in without knocking, probably scaring the crap out of him. He was reading a book in bed and looked at us like we were crazy. We tried to explain what happened, talking over each other, our words coming out in a panicked jumble. Mike clearly thought we were pulling some kind of prank, but something in our expressions must have convinced him we were genuinely terrified. He grabbed his flashlight and walked back to our cabin with us. When we got there, everything was exactly as we'd left it. 24 kids sleeping peacefully. Mike walked up and down the aisle, shining his flashlight carefully, checking on a few of the boys. Nothing. Normal kid sleep. No evidence whatsoever of the mass convulsion we'd witnessed just minutes before. Mike looked at us skeptically. Guys, they're all fine. Are you sure you didn't both fall asleep and have the same nightmare or something? We were both wide awake, I insisted. We were watching videos. Ask any of the kids tomorrow. Maybe they'll remember. Mike sighed. Look, I believe you think you saw something, but these kids are clearly fine. Just try to get some sleep, okay? And come get me if anything else happens. He left, and Keegan and I were alone again with our 24 peacefully sleeping campers. Neither of us wanted to go to sleep. We sat on our bunks, facing each other, flashlights on, hardly saying a word. Every little sound made us jump. Every time one of the kids turned over in their sleep, we'd both tense up, expecting it to start again. But nothing happened. Morning came after the longest night of my life. As the kids started waking up, we asked them, one by one, how they'd slept. Every single one of them said they'd slept fine. No bad dreams, no memory of waking up during the night. Nothing unusual at all. We tried describing what we'd seen, in a careful way so as not to scare them. Did anyone feel like they were shaking in their sleep last night? Did anyone have a dream where their body was moving on its own? Nothing. Not a single kid had any recollection of anything unusual. I kept expecting something else weird to happen for the rest of the week, but it never did. The nights passed normally. No more synchronized thrashing. No strange sounds. Nothing. Keegan and I talked about it constantly when the kids weren't around. We went through every possible explanation. Maybe there was some kind of minor earthquake that somehow only affected our cabin. Maybe something in the water or food had given the kids some kind of temporary seizure. Maybe we both hallucinated the whole thing due to exhaustion. None of the explanations made sense. An earthquake wouldn't have affected only the kids and not us. Mass seizures don't start and stop in perfect unison. And two people don't have the exact same hallucination at the exact same time. At the end of the week, when the kids left and new ones arrived, we requested a cabin reassignment. The head counselor gave us a knowing look, but didn't ask questions. We got moved to Eagle Cabin and spent the rest of the summer jumping at shadows. I've never gone back to Campanokijig. I'm 21 now, studying engineering in college. I consider myself a rational, scientifically minded person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or whatever. But I still can't explain what happened that night. How 24 children could simultaneously convulse in their sleep and have absolutely no memory of it the next day. Keegan and I still keep in touch. We don't talk about that night much anymore, but when we do, our stories haven't changed. We both saw it. We both experienced it. And neither of us has any explanation. It remains the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed, and I still have nightmares about it sometimes. Not about ghosts or monsters, but about the sound of 24 sleeping bags rustling in perfect, impossible unison in the darkness of Thunderbird Cabin 2. Story 8. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened 3 nights ago. I've barely slept since then, and I'm typing this from my parents' home office because I can't bring myself to go back into my bedroom alone. I've read other people's experiences on here for years, but never thought I'd be posting my own. I need to get this out there because I'm going crazy replaying it in my head. I'm 17 and have lived in the same house in Westridge my whole life. It's a normal suburban area outside of Brisbane. Nothing special, just your typical Australian neighbourhood, with too many gum trees and houses that all look the same. My room has always been my safe space. I've had the same setup for years. Bed in the middle of the room facing my closet, desk by the window, and posters of my favorite bands on the walls. This past Monday night was brutally hot, even for summer. We've been having this insane heat wave, and even with all the windows open, the house felt like an oven. I went to bed around 11 after playing games with my mates online. Nothing unusual about the night. I was tired from swimming practice earlier and just wanted to crash. I woke up around 2 in the morning, absolutely drenched in sweat. My sheets were soaked through and my shirt was sticking to my chest. At first, I thought it was just the heat, you know? We don't have air conditioning in the bedrooms, just ceiling fans, and mine wasn't on. I remember checking my phone to confirm the time and seeing it was exactly 2:03. When I got up to turn on the fan, I felt weird. Like that feeling when you think someone's watching you. My room wasn't completely dark because of the streetlight outside my window, so I could see well enough to move around. I glanced at my closet doors, they're those sliding mirrored ones, but didn't notice anything off. Still, something felt wrong. The air felt heavy, like before a thunderstorm, but there wasn't any storm forecast. I turned on my fan, grabbed some water from the bottle next to my bed, and tried to go back to sleep. I remember pulling my sheets off because they were too wet from sweat. That's not normal for me. Even on hot nights, I don't usually sweat that much. I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, I was waking up again. My phone said it was 3:52. I was still sweating, which was strange because the fan had been running for nearly 2 hours at that point. The room should have cooled down at least a bit. I noticed my Google Home's light was pulsing, which happens when it loses connection to the Wi-Fi. That was weird because our internet is pretty stable. I remember thinking I should restart it, but I was so tired and my body felt heavy, like I couldn't move. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, trying to work up the energy to get up. That's when I felt it again, that sensation of being watched, but stronger this time. My eyes drifted toward my closet and my heart literally stopped for a second. There was someone standing there, inside my closet, with the door partially open. Not fully inside, like they were standing in the doorway, half hidden. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. You know how clothes can sometimes look like a person in the dark? But this wasn't that. It was a person, or something that looked like a person. I couldn't make out many details because of the shadows, but I could see their face clearly enough. They had this completely blank expression, just staring at me. Not moving, not blinking, just watching. I tried to convince myself I was dreaming or seeing things. I squinted, trying to focus better without making it obvious I was awake. That's when it happened. The thing's expression changed. Its mouth stretched into this massive smile. Not a normal smile. It was too wide, too many teeth, stretching almost ear to ear. And its eyes never changed. Still flat, still dead. Something in my brain just snapped. All the tiredness vanished instantly, replaced by pure adrenaline. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The moment I moved, there was a loud crash from inside my closet, like something falling over. The closet doors slammed shut so hard the walls shook. At the exact same second, my Google Home suddenly reconnected to the Wi-Fi and started blasting music. Some random playlist I'd been listening to earlier that day, but at full volume. It was like the thing had triggered it somehow. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The combination of the crash, the doors slamming, and the sudden blaring music, I just lost it. My parents came running in seconds later. Dad had his cricket bat. He keeps it under their bed for protection. And Mum was right behind him. When they turned on the light, everything looked normal. The closet doors were closed. My Google Home was still playing music. At full volume, I was sitting up in bed, shaking and probably white as a sheet. I tried to explain what happened, and I could tell they weren't sure whether to believe me. Dad checked the closet while Mum tried to calm me down. There was nothing there, Just my clothes and some shoes that had fallen over, probably what made the crashing sound. But something had been there. I know it wasn't a dream, or my imagination, the way it smiled at me. I can't get that image out of my head. My parents could see how terrified I was. I'm not the type to make stuff up or get scared easily. After some discussion, they let me drag my mattress into their room to sleep on the floor. Dad said it was probably just a nightmare, but he didn't fight me on it. Mum looked more concerned. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there on my mattress on their floor, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what happened. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that smile. The next morning, yesterday, I felt completely drained. Mum let me stay home from school, which almost never happens. I spent most of the day in the living room, avoiding my bedroom completely. My dad came home from work early and checked my room again in daylight. He even moved the closet away from the wall to see if there was any way someone could have gotten in from outside, but there wasn't. I've been trying to figure out what happened. The sweating thing bothers me the most. It wasn't just normal heat sweating. It felt different, almost like my body was warning me. And why did my Google Home disconnect right when that thing appeared, then reconnect when it disappeared? It's like it was interfering with the electronics somehow. The timing is what really freaks me out too. It showed itself at exactly 3:52. I've read that 3 a.m. is supposed to be when supernatural activity is strongest or whatever, but I never believed that stuff before. What keeps replaying in my head is the way its expression changed when it realized I was fully awake. Like it was amused or excited that I could see it. What would have happened if I hadn't woken up, or if I hadn't reacted the way I did? Last night, I slept on the couch in the living room. My parents tried to convince me to go back to my room, saying it was just a one-off thing, but I can't. Not yet. They don't understand. They didn't see what I saw. I've spent all day researching similar experiences online. Some people say it could be a hypnagogic hallucination, but those don't cause Google Homes to disconnect or closet doors to slam. Others suggest more supernatural explanations, which I would have laughed at 3 days ago. My mum wants me to talk to someone professional about it, but what am I supposed to say? I saw a creepy, smiling thing in my closet at 4 in the morning. They'll just think I'm making it up or having some kind of breakdown. I have to go back to school tomorrow, but I don't know how I'm going to focus on anything. I'm exhausted from not sleeping properly, and every time I close my eyes, I see that smile. My parents say I need to sleep in my own room tonight, that I can't avoid it forever. They're right, I know they are, but the thought of lying in that bed again, facing that closet. The thing is, I can't shake the feeling that it's still there, waiting, like it found me for a reason, like it's not done with me yet. I've never believed in ghosts or monsters or whatever, but now I'm not so sure. Whatever was in my room that night wasn't normal, and it wasn't just in my head. I don't know what to do. I'm writing this partly to get it off my chest, and partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. Has anyone else ever had their electronics act weird during an encounter like this? Or felt that unusual sweating beforehand? Any advice on how to make sure it doesn't come back? I have to go now. My parents are calling me for dinner, and I need to figure out how I'm going to convince them to let me sleep somewhere else tonight. I don't think I can face my room again. Not when I know something might be watching me from inside that closet, waiting for me to fall asleep. Story 9. I never thought I'd be sharing this. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this out. I need to tell someone, anyone, what happened, because I can't make sense of it myself, and maybe writing it down will help me process everything. My name is Wilson. I'm a film producer based in Solitude Bay, this small coastal town where everyone knows each other's business, but somehow still keeps to themselves. I've lived here for about 8 years now, after the hustle of LA became too much. The film industry is still my life, just on a smaller scale. I work on indie projects, commercials, and the occasional documentary. Eliza and I met at a local film festival 4 years ago. She's 13 years younger than me, but we clicked instantly. That kind of friendship where you feel like you've known someone your whole life. She's sharp, funny, and probably the only person who gets my obscure film references. We've had this ritual where I'd visit her condo several times a week. We'd drink coffee well into the night, talk about films, life, and everything in between. Back in December 2019, we were deep into planning a horror short film. The irony of that isn't lost on me now. We were sitting on her balcony overlooking the bay, the night air crisp with winter, when I finally told her about the lady. "I've never told anyone this," I said, clutching my coffee mug tightly. "But there's this woman who's been in my dreams since college." Eliza looked intrigued rather than concerned. "Like a recurring dream?" "More than that, she's consistent. The same woman. She never speaks, just watches me." I described her as best as I could. Tall, slender, with features that seemed to shift slightly every time I saw her. Her eyes were the only constant. Dark, knowing, patient. In my earliest dreams, she stood at a distance, barely visible at the edges of whatever scene my subconscious had created. But over the years, she'd gotten closer. "Last night," I told Eliza, "she was standing at the foot of my bed in the dream. I could make out the pattern on her dress. I've never seen her this clearly before." Eliza suggested using this for our horror film, but I felt uneasy about it. These dreams felt private, almost sacred in their terror. I didn't want to exploit them for creative purposes, though I couldn't explain why. Then COVID hit. Those early months of 2020 were surreal for everyone, but for me, they brought a new dimension of dread. The lady in my dreams began appearing more frequently. Sometimes she'd be in the corner of a room, sometimes sitting in a chair across from me, never speaking, just watching, waiting. In April, I caught the virus. It hit me like a freight train. I remember waking up one morning, drenched in sweat, my lungs feeling like they were filled with concrete. I called 911 myself when I realized I couldn't catch my breath after walking to the bathroom. The paramedics came in their full protective gear. They looked like astronauts, and in my fever-addled state, I remember thinking how surreal everything seemed. The hospital was a nightmare, overcrowded, understaffed, with an atmosphere of barely contained panic. I was put on oxygen immediately. The doctors spoke in clipped, urgent tones. Words like cytokine storm and intubation floated around me. I was terrified. I couldn't have visitors, not even Eliza. Our only contact was through voice messages. I'd send them when I had the energy, which wasn't often. She sent them constantly, her voice a lifeline to the outside world. "Hey, film geek," she'd say, trying to sound upbeat. "Just checking in. The bay is beautiful today. Your view will be waiting for you when you get out." I spent 12 days in the hospital. The worst was when they nearly intubated me. My oxygen levels had dropped dangerously low. I remember a doctor standing over me, explaining what was about to happen. But all I could see was the lady from my dreams, standing behind him, closer than she'd ever been before. I could see the individual strands of her hair, the texture of her skin. I was certain I was going to die, but I didn't. Somehow, I pulled through. My condition improved enough that they discharged me with strict instructions to rest and monitor my oxygen levels at home. Eliza arranged grocery deliveries and checked on me via video calls. She was my rock through all of it. For a few weeks, I thought I was on the mend. The fatigue lingered, and I had this persistent brain fog, but I was alive. The lady in my dreams had receded somewhat. She was back to standing in doorways, watching from a distance. I took it as a good sign. Then, about a month after my discharge, the dreams intensified again. She began appearing every night, each time closer than before. In one dream, she stood so close I could feel her breath on my face. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, sweat soaking through my sheets. The next night was worse. In the dream, she sat on the edge of my bed, her hand hovering just above mine. I could make out every detail of her face now, the slight asymmetry of her eyes, a small scar above her right eyebrow, the faint lines around her mouth. She looked familiar somehow. Not someone I knew, but as if I was always meant to know her. I called Eliza the next morning. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. "She's closer now," I said, not bothering with a greeting. "Eliza, she's never been this close before." "Wilson, it's just dreams," she said, but I could hear the worry in her voice. "Maybe it's post-COVID stress. A lot of survivors are reporting weird psychological effects." "No," I insisted. "This isn't new. She's been with me for 20 years. But now I think she's coming for me." "Don't talk like that," Eliza said sharply. "You're scaring me." "I'm scaring myself," I admitted. "But I need you to know this. I think my time is running out." Eliza wanted to come over, but I refused. My COVID tests were still coming back positive, and I couldn't risk exposing her. Instead, we video called for hours. She tried to distract me with ideas for our film, but my mind kept drifting back to the lady. That night, I dreaded going to sleep. I stayed up as long as I could, watching mindless TV, scrolling through social media. Eventually, exhaustion won out. I fell asleep on the couch around 3 in the morning. In the dream, I was in my bedroom, though I knew I'd fallen asleep on the couch. The lady was sitting in the chair by my window watching me. Slowly, she stood up and walked toward the bed. I tried to move, to run, but my body was paralyzed. She sat down beside me, and for the first time in 20 years, she spoke. "It's time, Wilson," she said, her voice exactly as I'd always imagined it would be, soft, almost gentle, with an undercurrent of something ancient and knowing. I woke up gasping, my chest tight with panic. It was still dark outside. I fumbled for my phone and sent Eliza a voice message. "She spoke to me," I whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly would somehow conjure her into my waking world. "She said it's time. Eliza, I'm scared. I don't know what to do." I didn't expect Eliza to be awake, but she called me back almost immediately. "I'm coming over," she said, her voice firm. "I don't care about COVID protocols. You shouldn't be alone right now." "No," I insisted. "I can't risk you getting sick. I'll be okay. It was just a dream." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Something had changed. The lady had crossed a threshold by speaking to me. I felt it in my bones, a certainty that things were accelerating toward some inevitable conclusion. The next few days were a blur. My COVID symptoms, which had been improving, suddenly worsened. The fatigue became overwhelming. I developed a new, persistent cough. My doctor suggested I might be experiencing a COVID rebound and arranged for a home health nurse to check on me. The nights were the worst. Each time I fell asleep, she was there, closer and more real than before. In one dream, she touched my face, her fingers cold against my skin. In another, she lay down beside me, her body a chill presence next to mine. "Soon," she whispered each time, just that one word. "Soon." I sent Eliza increasingly desperate messages. She wanted to call an ambulance to get me back to the hospital, but I refused. Somehow I knew it wouldn't make any difference. This wasn't something doctors could fix. 5 days after the lady first spoke to me, I felt a strange calm settle over me. I was sitting on my balcony, watching the sun set over Solitude Bay. The sky was a riot of oranges and purples, more beautiful than I'd ever seen it. I took a picture and sent it to Eliza with the message, "I wish we could be watching this together." She called me immediately. "That sunset is gorgeous," she said. "How are you feeling today?" "Tired," I admitted, "but peaceful in a way. I think I've accepted what's coming." "Don't talk like that," she snapped. "Nothing is coming. You're going to be fine." We talked for a while longer. I told her where to find my will, who to contact about my ongoing projects. She kept trying to change the subject, but I insisted. "Promise me you'll finish our film," I said. Not the one we were planning. Make one about the lady. Tell my story. You can tell your own damn story, she said, her voice breaking, when you're better. That night I didn't fight sleep. I welcomed it. When the lady appeared standing at the foot of my bed, I wasn't afraid anymore. I've been waiting for you, I said. She smiled, the first time I'd ever seen her do so. I know, she replied. I've been waiting for you too, for such a long time. She held out her hand. I hesitated only briefly before taking it. Her touch was cold at first, then warming. I felt a strange lightness, as if I were floating. Where are we going? I asked. Home, she said simply. I sent Eliza one final message the next morning. My hands were steady for the first time in weeks as I typed, she's here now, not just in my dreams. I can see her even when I'm awake. She's standing by the window, watching the bay. She's beautiful, Eliza. I'm not afraid anymore. I love you. Thank you for everything. I set my phone down and looked up at the lady by the window. She turned to me, smiling that same gentle smile, and held out her hand. I took it. That was 3 days ago. I know because I can see the date on the hospital monitors, though I'm not really here in the way the doctors think I am. I watch as they check my vitals, adjust my ventilator settings, speak in hushed tones about multi-system failure and poor prognosis. Eliza comes every day, though they only let her see me through a window. She presses her hand against the glass and cries. I wish I could tell her not to be sad. I wish I could tell her that the lady, my lady, is kind, that where we're going together isn't a place to fear, but I can't. All I can do is wait for the moment when the doctors will turn to Eliza with solemn faces, when the machines will be silenced, when my physical form will no longer anchor me here. The lady stands beside me, patient as ever. It won't be long now, she says, taking my hand. And I believe her. I've always believed her. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about what happened during our family vacation to northern Iran 3 years ago. My husband Reza and I had been planning this trip for months, a chance to show our kids the beautiful forests of Tabaristan, where my grandmother grew up. We rarely get away from Tehran because of work, and I wanted my children to experience something beyond city life and video games. We rented a small cabin near the edge of the forest, about 20 minutes from the nearest village. It was perfect, rustic but comfortable, with that wonderful smell of wood and the sound of leaves rustling outside the windows. My mother had filled my head with stories about these forests when I was young, tales of the jinn and pari that supposedly dwelled among the ancient trees. I never believed them, of course. They were just bedtime stories meant to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. The day it happened was our 3rd day there. I had brought my new video camera. Nothing fancy, just something to capture memories of our kids exploring nature. Reza had built a small fire pit outside the cabin earlier that day, saying we could roast some corn and marshmallows after dinner. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows through the trees, and the temperature was dropping quickly, as it often does in the mountains. I remember setting up the camera on a small tripod near the cabin's porch, pointing it toward the fire that Reza had just started. The kids were helping him gather more wood, and I decided to film some of the scenery before going inside to prepare dinner. I zoomed in on the flames for a bit. They looked beautiful against the darkening forest backdrop, then left the camera recording while I went inside. Dinner took longer than expected. My sister called from Tehran, and I got caught up talking to her while cooking. By the time we were ready to eat, night had fully settled in, and everyone was too hungry to bother with the campfire anymore. We decided we'd do it the following evening instead. I completely forgot about the camera until much later, when Reza went outside for a cigarette and brought it in. "Did you leave this running the whole time?" he asked, handing me the camera. "The battery's almost dead." I felt annoyed with myself for wasting the battery, but didn't think much of it otherwise. We plugged it in to charge and went to bed. The next morning, while the kids were still sleeping, I decided to review some of the footage from the previous day. I connected the camera to my laptop and started skimming through the videos. Most were what you'd expect: the kids playing, scenic views of the forest, Razor building the fire pit. Then I got to the last recording, the one I'd started before dinner. At first, it was just footage of the empty fire pit with flames rising. The sun had set, and the only light came from the fire itself. After about 10 minutes of nothing happening, I was about to fast forward when something caught my eye. A shadow moved at the edge of the frame. I paused, rewound, and played it again at normal speed. There it was, a dark shape moving near the tree line. I initially thought it might be one of my kids who had snuck outside, but I distinctly remembered all of us being inside for dinner. I continued watching, and my skin began to crawl. The shadow moved closer to the fire, and as it did, I could make out a vaguely humanoid shape. It wasn't solid like a person, more like a distortion in the air, semi-transparent but definitely moving with purpose. Then another appeared from the opposite side, and a third. My hands started shaking as I watched these things approach our campfire. They stood around it in a triangle formation, swaying slightly. Then, as if responding to some unheard signal, they began to move in unison, circling the fire. Their movements became more elaborate, jumping over the flames, weaving around each other in patterns that seemed practiced and deliberate. I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figures never fully materialized. They remained blurry, like heat mirages, but with unmistakable humanoid forms. They had limbs and heads, though their features were indistinct. What struck me most was how they manipulated the fire. The flames seemed to respond to their movements, growing taller when they approached and bending in impossible directions as they danced around it. This continued for almost 15 minutes. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they retreated back into the forest, one by one. The last one paused at the edge of the clearing, seemed to turn toward the camera, and then vanished into the darkness. I sat there, frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. I played the footage again, thinking maybe I was seeing things, shadows from the trees perhaps, or some strange camera malfunction. But no matter how many times I watched it, those figures were clearly there, moving with intelligence and purpose. When Razor woke up, I showed him the video. His face drained of color as he watched. "This can't be real," he kept saying, but I could see in his eyes that he was as disturbed as I was. We decided not to show the kids. They were already nervous about sleeping in the woods, and this would only frighten them more. That day, we drove to the nearby village. I don't know why exactly. Maybe we needed to be around other people, or maybe I was hoping someone could explain what we'd seen. While having tea at a small cafe, I struck up a conversation with the elderly owner. I didn't mention the video at first, just asked about local folklore. The old man was happy to talk. He told us about the long history of the region, how the ancient Persians believed these forests were sacred, home to beings that weren't quite of our world. I listened politely, still skeptical despite what I'd seen. Then he mentioned the Chahashambe Suri, the Scarlet Wednesday festival, where people jump over fires as a purification ritual. He described how the ancient fire ceremonies were believed to temporarily thin the veil between our world and the realm of the jinn and pari. Something about this made my skin prickle. I hesitated, then pulled out my laptop and asked if he would look at something. I played him the video. His reaction is something I'll never forget. He didn't seem shocked or frightened. Instead, a look of quiet recognition crossed his face. He nodded slowly, as if confirming something he'd known all along. "You are very lucky," he said finally. "They rarely allow themselves to be seen." He explained that what we'd captured were what locals called the forest dancers, spirits that have inhabited these woods since ancient times. According to him, they often gather around human-made fires when they think no one is watching, performing rituals that mimic our own fire ceremonies. I wasn't sure whether to believe him or not, but I couldn't explain what was on my video. Before we left, the old man asked if he could have a copy of the footage. Against my better judgment, I transferred it to his phone via Bluetooth. Within days, word had spread through the surrounding villages. People began approaching us during our outings, asking to see the video. Some recognized the dance patterns, saying they matched ancient fire rituals no longer practiced by humans. Others claimed to have seen similar figures in the forest throughout their lives, but never had proof. We cut our vacation short and returned to Tehran, but the video followed us. It spread through messaging apps and social media, though most people dismissed it as a clever fake. But occasionally, I'd receive messages from strangers in northern Iran claiming they had seen the same entities, describing details that matched our footage exactly. 3 years have passed, and I still don't know what to make of what we captured. Scientists who've analyzed the video suggest it could be a combination of heat distortion, smoke patterns, and pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar shapes in random stimuli. One professor suggested it might be some kind of rare atmospheric phenomenon unique to that region. But none of these explanations satisfy me. Those figures moved with intention. They performed what appeared to be a cultural ritual. They responded to each other's movements in ways that suggested communication and awareness. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear faint music coming from outside. Not human music, but something older, something that makes my heart beat faster and my skin go cold. I'll check on my children sleeping peacefully, then stand at the window of our Tehran apartment, looking out at the city lights and wondering about what lives in those northern forests, dancing around fires when they think no one is watching. The original video file became corrupted about a year after our trip, another detail that the skeptics point to as convenient. But it doesn't matter. I know what I saw. And sometimes, when we have a family bonfire or even light candles for a birthday, I catch myself watching the flames more carefully, half expecting to see those blurry figures emerge from the shadows, dancing their ancient dance once more. Story 11. I've never told many people about this, but what happened when I was 13 still haunts me to this day. I'm 39 now, and I still can't explain it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but I know I didn't, because my entire family experienced it too. We lived in this old farmhouse in rural Ohio, the kind with wooden floors throughout and a crawl space underneath instead of a proper basement. It wasn't much, but it was home. We had this black lab named Shadow, who had been with us since I was 7. He was the sweetest dog, always following me around and sleeping at the foot of my bed. But as he got older, his health started declining. That summer, Shadow got really sick. He stopped eating, could barely walk, and spent most days lying in the same spot, whimpering. It broke my heart seeing him like that. My parents took him to the vet, who said Shadow had advanced cancer and was suffering. I remember my mom sitting me and my younger brother down at the kitchen table, her eyes red and puffy, telling us that the kindest thing would be to put Shadow to sleep. I was devastated. I begged them not to do it, promised I'd take better care of him, that maybe he'd get better on his own. But deep down, I knew he was suffering. The next day, my dad took Shadow to the vet. I couldn't bring myself to go. I couldn't bear to say goodbye. I just patted his head that morning and told him he was a good boy. That was the last time I saw him alive. When my dad came home, his eyes were watery, which was shocking because I'd never seen him cry before. He was carrying Shadow wrapped in his favorite blanket. My parents had decided to bury him on our property, since Shadow loved running around there so much. It was late afternoon when my dad started digging. The July heat was unbearable, and I watched from my bedroom window as sweat soaked through his shirt. He chose a spot under the house near the back, where there was this small access door to the crawl space. He said it made sense because the ground was softer there and Shadow would still be close to us. I remember my mom questioning whether that was a good idea, but my dad insisted it would be fine. He'll be protected from the elements, and we won't have to worry about coyotes digging him up, he said. That made sense to me at the time. The burial was quick and somber. My brother cried the whole time, and I tried to be strong but couldn't stop the tears. My dad said some nice words about what a good dog Shadow had been, and then it was over. We went back inside, had a quiet dinner, and tried to adjust to the house feeling emptier without the clicking of Shadow's nails on the hardwood floors. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. My room felt too quiet without Shadow's gentle snoring. I must have finally dozed off around 11, but I was jolted awake sometime in the middle of the night by a sound I instantly recognized, Shadow's bark. At first, I thought I was dreaming. I sat up in bed and listened. There it was again, that distinct, deep woof that Shadow always made when he wanted to go outside. But it wasn't coming from the yard or even from inside the house. It was coming from directly beneath my bedroom floor. My blood ran cold. I knew exactly where Shadow was buried, right under my room. I sat frozen, listening as the barking continued. It wasn't frantic or aggressive, it was just his normal, everyday bark. Somehow, that made it more terrifying. I ran to my parents' room and burst through the door. My mom was already sitting up in bed, her face pale in the moonlight streaming through the window. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. My dad was pulling on his robe, looking confused and alarmed. "It's Shadow," I said, my voice shaking. "He's barking under the house." My brother appeared in the doorway behind me, tears streaming down his face. "Is Shadow alive?" he asked, his voice small and hopeful. The barking continued, steady and unmistakable. My dad grabbed a flashlight from the bedside drawer and said he was going to check. My mom tried to stop him, but he insisted. "If by some miracle he's alive down there, we need to get him out," he said firmly. We all followed him through the house to the back door. The summer night was sticky and warm, crickets chirping as we made our way around to the small access door to the crawl space. The barking was louder outside, definitely coming from under the house. My dad knelt down and pulled open the access door. The hinges creaked and the barking suddenly stopped. He shined the flashlight into the darkness, and I held my breath. Part of me was terrified of what he might find, and part of me desperately hoped Shadow was somehow alive down there. "Stay here," he told us as he got down on his hands and knees and crawled into the space. I watched as the beam of his flashlight moved around under the house. Minutes felt like hours as we waited. Finally, he emerged, covered in dirt and cobwebs, his face grim. "There's nothing there," he said. "Shadow's exactly where I buried him. He's not moving, he's not—" He couldn't finish the sentence. "But we heard him," my brother insisted. "We all heard him barking." My dad had no explanation. We stood there in the yard, the night suddenly silent except for the crickets. Eventually, my mom ushered us back inside, saying we needed to try to get some sleep. "It was probably just an echo from a neighbor's dog," she suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. None of us slept much that night. I lay in bed, straining to hear any sound from beneath the floor, but the barking didn't return. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it had been a strange dream we'd all somehow shared. At breakfast, we avoided talking about what had happened. My dad looked exhausted, and my mom kept giving him these worried glances. After we finished eating, my dad announced he was going to dig Shadow up, just to be sure. "I need to see for myself," he said. "I need to know he's really—" Again, he couldn't finish. This time, I went with him. The July sun was already beating down as my dad reopened the crawl space door and disappeared inside with a shovel. I sat on the back steps, waiting. About 20 minutes later, he emerged, his face ashen. "He's there," he said quietly. "He's definitely gone. I checked thoroughly." The relief in his voice was mixed with confusion. He described how Shadow was exactly as they'd left him, wrapped in his blanket, showing clear signs that he had passed. My dad reburied Shadow in the same spot, patting down the earth and washing his hands with the garden hose afterward. He told me not to worry about the night before, that sometimes grief makes people hear and see things that aren't really there. I wanted to believe him. But that night, it happened again. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the same barking. It was Shadow's bark, no question about it. This time, it wasn't just a few woofs. It was continuous, as if he was trying to tell us something. I covered my ears with my pillow, but I could still hear it. The sound seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. I heard my parents' door open and my mom's footsteps in the hallway. She came into my room without knocking. "You hear it too?" she asked, her voice trembling. I nodded, unable to speak. My brother appeared in the doorway, clutching his stuffed animal, tears streaming down his face. We all gathered in the living room, listening to the barking coming from beneath us. My dad paced back and forth, running his hands through his hair. "This isn't possible," he kept saying. "This isn't possible." After about an hour, the barking finally stopped. None of us went back to our rooms. We stayed in the living room, lights on, waiting for dawn. My parents whispered to each other while my brother eventually fell asleep on the couch. I pretended to sleep too, but I was wide awake, terrified the barking would start again. In the morning, my dad called my grandfather, who lived about 30 minutes away. I only heard bits of their conversation, but I could tell my dad was explaining what had happened and asking for advice. My grandfather was a no-nonsense kind of man who'd grown up on a farm and had seen animals born and die his whole life. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. That afternoon, my grandfather arrived. He didn't say much, just listened as my parents recounted the events of the past 2 nights. He nodded gravely, then asked to see where Shadow was buried. My dad showed him the crawl space, and my grandfather got down on his creaky knees to look inside. When he came back out, he took my dad aside, and they had a long conversation I couldn't hear. All I caught was my grandfather saying, "Some things can't be explained, son." That night, we all went to bed early, exhausted from 2 nights of disrupted sleep. I tried to stay awake, dreading the barking, but also wanting to hear if it would happen again. Despite my best efforts, I fell asleep. The barking woke me up just after midnight. This time it was more urgent, almost desperate. I ran to my parents' room and found them already up. My dad was pulling on his boots, a determined look on his face. "That's it," he said. "We're moving Shadow." My mum tried to argue that it was the middle of the night, but my dad was adamant. My grandfather, who had stayed over in our guest room, appeared in the hallway fully dressed, as if he'd been expecting this. "It's for the best," he said quietly. "Some spirits don't rest easy." I watched from the window as my dad and grandfather went outside with shovels and flashlights. They opened the crawl space, and both men disappeared inside. I couldn't see what they were doing, but about half an hour later, they emerged carrying a bundle wrapped in what looked like a tarp. They loaded it into the back of my grandfather's pickup truck and drove off, leaving my mom, my brother, and me alone in the house. The barking had stopped the moment they'd removed Shadow's body. My mom made us hot chocolate, and we sat at the kitchen table, waiting. She tried to distract us with stories about when she was young, but I could tell she was just as anxious as we were. It was nearly 3 in the morning when my dad and grandfather returned. They looked tired, but relieved. My dad explained that they had reburied Shadow in the local park near a big oak tree where we used to take him for walks. "He always loved that spot," my dad said, his voice catching. "He should be at peace there." That night, the house was silent. No barking, no strange sounds, just the normal creaks of an old farmhouse settling. We never heard Shadow bark from beneath the house again. Life slowly returned to normal, though there was an unspoken agreement in our family not to discuss what had happened. Sometimes I'd catch my parents exchanging glances when someone mentioned Shadow or when we walked past that oak tree in the park. Years later, when I was in college, I finally worked up the courage to ask my grandfather about those nights. He was older then, his hands gnarled with arthritis as he worked in his garden. "Some things don't have explanations," he said simply. "But I'll tell you this, animals have spirits too, and sometimes they're not ready to leave the people they love." I've carried that with me all these years. I still can't explain what happened during those 3 nights. Was it really Shadow's spirit? Was there some scientific explanation we never discovered? I don't know. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I find myself listening for that familiar bark coming from beneath the floor. Story 12. I've hesitated to write this down for years. Even now at 24, my hands shake typing this out. What happened that summer at my grandmother's house when I was 6 has never left me. I've tried therapy, meditation, even medication for the anxiety, but nothing erases what I saw in that mirror. For context, my grandparents owned this old farmhouse in Blackwood, Maine. It wasn't some Gothic mansion or anything, just a weathered 2-story place built in the late 1800s that sat about half a mile from the nearest neighbor. The property backed up to dense woods with the Blackwood River cutting through the bottom of their garden. The water was always cold, even in summer, and my mom never let me go near it alone. That particular weekend in July, my dad was away on business, so Mom and I drove up to stay with Grandma for a few days. I'd been excited at first. Grandma always made the best blueberry pancakes and let me help feed the chickens she kept. But something felt different this time from the moment we arrived. I remember Grandma hugging me extra tight at the door. "The house is happy you're here, Lily," she said in that cryptic way old people sometimes talk. I didn't think much of it then. The guest room I always stayed in was upstairs at the end of the hallway. It had faded yellow wallpaper with tiny roses and heavy wooden furniture that smelled like lemon polish. The worst part was the full-length mirror attached to the antique wardrobe facing the bed. I'd never liked it. Something about seeing my reflection first thing when I woke up always unsettled me. That first night we had dinner, watched some TV in Grandma's living room, and I went to bed around 9. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the long drive. I woke up at exactly 3:17. I remember because the red numbers on the little travel alarm clock Mom always packed were glowing on the nightstand. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. The house was completely silent. No wind outside, no creaking floorboards, nothing. Then I felt it, the cold. Not the normal nighttime chill, but a bone-deep cold that made my teeth chatter. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though it was July. I pulled the quilt up to my chin, and that's when my eyes drifted to the mirror. The rational part of my brain wants to say I imagined it all, that it was just shadows playing tricks or a half-dream state. But I know what I saw. There was a girl standing in the reflection where my bed should have been. Not my reflection. An actual girl, maybe 11 or 12, with long black hair that hung over her face like a curtain. She wore a simple white dress that clung to her body as if soaking wet. Water, or something darker, dripped from her hair onto the floor, forming a puddle that didn't seem to spread or shrink. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. My mouth opened to scream, but nothing came out. It was like my vocal cords had frozen solid. The girl didn't move either, just stood there, water dripping, dripping, dripping. The air in the room felt charged, like right before lightning strikes. I could smell something too, river water and something metallic like old pennies. I don't know how long. We stayed like that. Me paralyzed under the covers, her standing motionless in the mirror. It could have been minutes or hours. Time stopped making sense. Then she lifted her head slightly. Not enough to see her face clearly, but enough that I could tell she was looking directly at me. The dripping stopped. She raised one pale hand, finger extended and pointed, not at me, but at the doorway behind me. That's when I heard the floorboard creak in the hallway. The door opened, and my mom appeared in her nightgown, looking worried. "Lily, are you okay? I thought I heard you calling me." I turned to look at her, relief washing over me, and when I looked back at the mirror, the girl was gone. Just my own terrified reflection and my mom standing in the doorway. "There's someone in the mirror," I whispered, my voice finally working again. Mom came and sat on my bed, brushing my hair from my forehead. "It was just a bad dream, sweetheart. The shadows in this old house can play tricks." She checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, all the places parents look to reassure scared kids. She even stood in front of the mirror, demonstrating that it was just reflecting the room. "See, nothing there, just us." I wanted so badly to believe her. She got me a glass of water, tucked me back in, and kissed my forehead. "Try to get some sleep. I'll leave your door cracked open, and I'm just down the hall if you need me." As soon as Mom's footsteps faded, the temperature plummeted again. My stomach knotted as I forced myself to look at the mirror. The wet girl was back, but she wasn't alone. Beside her stood a woman, tall and thin, with a shadow where her face should be. She wore what looked like an old-fashioned dress with a tight waist and puffy skirt that reached the floor. On her head was a wide-brimmed hat decorated with faded flowers. Her clothes were dry, unlike the girls, but they seemed dirty, like they'd been buried and dug up again. The woman placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. Neither of them moved beyond that, but somehow I knew they were aware of me, watching me. The girl raised her hand again, pointing at me this time, not the door. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 10, and opened them again. They were closer now, not just in the mirror, but somehow in the room with me, standing at the foot of my bed. The wet girl's hair still covered her face, but water dripped onto my quilt now. The tall woman's face remained in shadow despite the moonlight streaming through the window. I tried to scream again, and this time it worked. I screamed so loud my throat hurt instantly. I screamed for my mom, for Grandma, for anyone. The door flew open, light from the hallway flooding in. Mom rushed to my side, and the figures vanished, not gradually, but instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. All that remained was a wet spot on my quilt where the girl had been dripping. Mom felt it too. "Did you spill your water?" I shook my head violently. "It was her, the girl from the mirror. She was wet, Mom. She was dripping." Mom's face changed then. Not disbelief anymore, but something else. Fear, maybe, or recognition. She glanced at the mirror, then back at me. "What girl, Lily? Tell me exactly what you saw." Between sobs, I described everything. The wet girl with the long black hair, the tall woman in the old-fashioned dress, how they'd appeared in the mirror first, and then somehow were in the room. Grandma appeared in the doorway, her grey hair in a braid down her back. "What's all the commotion?" Mom looked at her. She saw them. Those 3 words hung in the air. Not "she had a nightmare" or "she's imagining things." She saw them. Grandma's face went pale. Without another word, she crossed the room and threw a quilt over the mirror, securing it with clothespins she pulled from her pocket, like she'd done this before. "You'll sleep with your mother tonight," Grandma said firmly. "This room isn't for children." I spent the rest of the night clutching Mom's nightgown, afraid to close my eyes. Neither of them explained anything then. Mom just held me tight and whispered that she wouldn't let anything hurt me. The next morning, we packed our things and left, cutting our visit short. I heard Mom and Grandma arguing in hushed tones in the kitchen while I sat in the living room with my cereal. "You should have told me they were active again," Mom hissed. "They've been quiet for years," Grandma replied. "How was I to know? She's just a child, Mother. She shouldn't have to deal with this. It's in her blood, Margaret. Ignoring it won't change that." I didn't understand what they meant then. We drove home in silence, and when I asked Mom about the mirror people, she told me it was just a bad dream and changed the subject. For years, I convinced myself she was right, that my imagination had run wild in that old house. I never stayed in that room again during our infrequent visits. Grandma died when I was 12, and Grandpa followed a year later. The house was sold to strangers, and I was secretly relieved. It wasn't until I was 18 that I finally learned the truth. Mum and I were sorting through a box of old family photos when I found one from the late 1800s. A stern-looking woman in a puffy dress and floral hat standing next to a girl with long dark hair. My blood turned to ice. "Who are they?" I whispered, already knowing. Mum took the photo, her hands trembling slightly. "Elizabeth Caldwell and her daughter Mary, your great-great-grandmother and aunt." She paused. "They drowned in the river behind the house in 1876. Elizabeth went in trying to save Mary after she fell in during a storm." That night, Mom finally told me everything. How the women in our family had always seen things others couldn't. How she'd experienced her own terrifying encounters in that house. Footsteps in empty rooms, doors slamming shut, whispers in the dark. How Grandma had taught her to cover mirrors at night because they're doorways for those caught between. "I thought it had skipped you," she admitted. "I prayed it had. When you saw them that night, I knew it hadn't." I've spent years researching what happened to Elizabeth and Mary Caldwell. Local records show they were buried on the property, but when the land was surveyed in the 1960s, no graves were found. Some speculated their bodies were washed downstream after the drowning and never recovered. I've never gone back to Blackwood. I can't. But sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a mirror at night, I think I see something moving in the background. A slight ripple, like disturbed water. And even in the driest rooms, I occasionally find small puddles on the floor that evaporate before anyone else can see them. I still don't know what they wanted from me that night. Was it a warning, a call for help, or something more sinister? All I know is that whatever connection exists between our families hasn't broken with time or distance. And sometimes, when it rains heavily, I swear I can hear a soft tapping on my bedroom window, like wet fingers trying to get my attention. Story 13. I never believed in ghosts. That was always my mom's and aunt's territory. But after what happened in Helen, Georgia last month, I can't explain what we experienced any other way. My name's Olivia. My husband Lucas and I joined my parents, my Aunt Sarah, and my grandmother Edith for what was supposed to be a relaxing family vacation in the mountains. We rented this beautiful 3-story cabin through one of those vacation rental sites. The pictures looked amazing. All wood interior, big windows overlooking the forest, a hot tub on the deck. The whole rustic luxury experience. The first couple days were perfect. We hiked, visited the little Bavarian-themed shops downtown. Helen has this whole German village aesthetic going on. And ate way too much food. Lucas and I took the top-floor bedroom, which had its own bathroom and a small sitting area. My parents had the master on the main floor, and Aunt Sarah and Grandma Edith shared the second floor, which had 2 bedrooms and a small den area with another TV. It was on the 3rd night that things started getting weird. We were all having breakfast together the next morning when Grandma mentioned hearing a little girl crying during the night. "I woke up around 2 in the morning," she said, spreading jam on her toast. "I thought maybe it was just the TV in Sarah's room, but when I got up to check, she was sound asleep and her TV was off." My Aunt Sarah nodded, setting down her coffee mug. "I heard it too, around 3. It sounded like it was coming from the hallway, but when I opened my door to look, there was nothing there." My mum and Dad exchanged looks. Dad just shrugged it off, saying the cabin was probably just making noises, old wood settling or something. My mum didn't look convinced, but she didn't say anything either. I remember thinking it was probably just the wind, or maybe someone had left a TV on somewhere. Lucas joked about mountain ghosts, which earned him an elbow in the ribs from me. We all laughed it off and headed out for another day of touristy stuff. But then, on the 4th day, something happened that I still can't explain. Mum and Aunt Sarah were sitting on the main floor couch while the rest of us were getting ready to go out. I was on the porch, looking at the trail map, trying to figure out which hike we should do that day. Suddenly, Mum called out to me, asking if I'd just said something. When I came back inside, both Mom and Aunt Sarah looked spooked. "We heard a little girl say, 'Mama,'" my mum said, her voice shaking slightly. "It sounded like it came from right between us on the couch. I thought it was you calling me from inside." "It wasn't just Mama," Aunt Sarah added. "It sounded distressed, like she was upset. And it was this weird, breathy voice, like someone was right there but not quite. That's when I felt the first real chill. I'd been outside on the porch the whole time. There were no other kids in our group. The cabin was at least half a mile from any neighbors. From that point on, none of the women wanted to be alone anywhere in the cabin. My dad and Lucas thought we were overreacting, but they humored us. We started leaving lights on, keeping the TV volume up, and sticking together whenever possible. That night, after a day of sightseeing that had temporarily distracted us from the weirdness, Lucas and I headed up to our third-floor bedroom. I was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately while Lucas stayed up watching a baseball game. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I woke up suddenly. The room was dark except for the glow of the TV, which Lucas had muted before falling asleep himself. And that's when I heard it, small moaning sobs. It wasn't coming from outside or from downstairs. It was in our room. I froze completely, afraid to even breathe. The crying continued, soft, hiccuping sobs that sounded exactly like a little girl trying to cry quietly. It reminded me of when my little cousin would cry, but try to hide it because she didn't want to get in trouble. The sound was moving too. It started near the door, then seemed to drift toward the bathroom, then over to the corner of the room nearest our bed, all while I lay there, completely paralyzed with fear. This wasn't my first experience with something unexplainable. About 6 years ago, I'd had an encounter in my first apartment after college that still gives me nightmares. I'd woken up to see a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, completely silent and motionless. When I finally worked up the courage to turn on the light, there was nothing there. I moved out the next day. This crying brought all those feelings rushing back, that same cold dread that makes your stomach drop and your skin prickle. I reached over and shook Lucas awake, but by the time he was conscious enough to understand what I was saying, the crying had stopped. "You were dreaming," he insisted, pulling me close. "It's just an old cabin making weird noises." But I knew what I'd heard. It wasn't the wind or the house settling or any of the rational explanations Lucas offered. I grabbed the remote and turned on some cartoon channel, cranking the volume up just enough to create background noise without waking everyone else. The next day, I tried to convince everyone we should leave early, but no one else had heard anything that night, and we'd already paid for the full week. Plus, my dad had planned a special dinner in town for their anniversary. I didn't want to ruin the trip for everyone, so I kept quiet about what I'd heard and just made sure we stayed out of the cabin as much as possible during the day. Each night got progressively worse. On the 5th night, I woke up to the crying again, this time louder and more desperate. Lucas heard it too that time, though he still tried to rationalize it as probably just someone outside or maybe a fox or some animal. But there was no mistaking the human quality of those sobs. By our final night in the cabin, I was mentally and physically exhausted from the lack of sleep and constant anxiety. Everyone else seemed on edge too. Grandma and Aunt Sarah had taken to sleeping with their TV on all night, and I noticed my mom kept looking over her shoulder whenever she was alone in a room. That last night, I made Lucas promise to keep the TV on all night, no matter what. I didn't care how loud it was. I just couldn't bear the thought of hearing that crying again. I fell asleep while he was still watching some action movie, the sounds of explosions and car chases drowning out any other noises. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The room was pitch black, except for the faint blue glow from the TV screen. But instead of noise, there was complete silence. I blinked, trying to focus on the screen, and saw an error message. Playback error. Please check your connection. Lucas was sound asleep beside me, snoring softly. The remote was on his nightstand, and I carefully reached across him to grab it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons. I tried changing channels, restarting the device, anything to get some noise back in the room. And that's when I heard it again. The crying. Only this time it was different, more desperate, more urgent. It was coming from the foot of our bed, and it sounded like the little girl was in pain. I kept frantically pressing buttons on the remote, tears streaming down my face as I tried to get the TV working again. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, the TV suddenly came back on, blaring some infomercial at full volume. Lucas jolted awake, confused and annoyed, but I just sat there clutching the remote to my chest, shaking uncontrollably. The TV turned off, I whispered, and she was here again. She was crying right at the end of our bed. Lucas sat up and put his arm around me, but I could tell he still didn't fully believe me. He thought I was having a nightmare or that my imagination was running wild. But I know what I heard. And I know it wasn't a coincidence that the TV had stopped working right when I was alone and vulnerable. The next morning, we checked out as early as possible. I barely spoke during breakfast, and I think everyone could tell something was seriously wrong. As we were loading up the cars, my aunt pulled me aside. "You heard her too, didn't you?" she asked quietly. "The little girl." I nodded, relief washing over me that someone else believed me. "Your grandmother thinks this place has a history," she continued. "She overheard the cleaning lady saying something about previous guests complaining about strange noises. I wish we'd known that before booking the place. I've tried, researching the cabin and the area since we got back, looking for any history of accidents or tragedies involving children, but I haven't found anything concrete. All I know is that something was in that cabin with us, something that wanted to be heard. The thing that still haunts me most is how deliberate it all felt, the way the crying moved around the room, how the TV mysteriously stopped working despite having perfect reception all week. It felt like whatever was there was intelligent, like it knew exactly how to get to me. I'll never go back to Helen, Georgia. Lucas thinks I'm overreacting, but he wasn't the one who heard that little girl's desperate cries in the middle of the night. He didn't feel the cold dread that filled the room when the TV went silent. And he doesn't wake up in the middle of the night now, back in our own home, hundreds of miles away, thinking he hears faint sobbing coming from the hallway. I don't know who that little girl was or what happened to her, but she's still there in that cabin, crying for someone to help her. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if maybe I should have tried to help instead of just trying to drown her out. Story 14. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories or anything supernatural. Growing up Catholic in Manila meant I'd heard my fair share, but I always brushed them off as superstition or overactive imaginations. That changed during my time at the American missionary campus in Baguio City when I was 17. My parents sent me to live with my aunt after I got caught skipping school one too many times. Tita Lorna, my aunt, was Pastor Reyes to everyone else, a stern, no-nonsense woman who dedicated her life to the church and missionary work. She ran the administrative office for the campus, which housed various religious groups and visiting missionaries from all over the world. The campus itself was beautiful but eerie, a collection of colonial-era buildings nestled in the foggy mountains of northern Philippines. Most structures dated back to the early 1900s, when American missionaries first established the place. Our home wasn't even meant to be living quarters. It was a converted office on the second floor of the administration building, with high ceilings, creaky wooden floors, and walls that had absorbed decades of prayers and whispers. Living with Tita Lorna was challenging. She had rules for everything. Wake up at 5 a.m. sharp for morning devotion. No makeup, modest clothing only, no internet after 8 p.m., and the biggest one of all, absolutely no dating until I was of age, whatever that meant. According to her, boys were distractions from God's plan. But God's plan apparently didn't account for Daniel. Daniel was the son of Pastor Mike, an American missionary who lived on the 3rd floor with his family. He was 18, with kind eyes and a smile that made my stomach do flips. We first met during a campus cleanup day, and despite my aunt's rules, we started talking whenever we could sneak moments alone. Within weeks, we had a whole secret system worked out. After Tita Lorna went to bed, always precisely at 9:30, Daniel would text me, and sometimes I'd sneak to my window where he'd be waiting outside on the fire escape landing. Other times, he'd tap lightly on my window, and we'd whisper for hours in the darkness. I know it sounds silly now, but at 17, those stolen moments felt like the most important thing in the world. One night in August, I remember it was a Tuesday, because Tita Lorna had her women's prayer circle earlier that evening. Daniel texted that he wanted to see me around 1 a.m. It was later than usual, but he had been helping his dad with some project and couldn't get away earlier. I agreed, but as the time approached, I grew nervous. Tita Lorna was a light sleeper, and the last thing I needed was to get caught and have Daniel banned from seeing me altogether. Our rooms shared a wall, and sometimes I could hear her praying or talking on the phone. That night, around 12:45, I decided to check if she was really asleep before I signaled Daniel that it was safe to come to my window. I grabbed an empty glass from my nightstand and pressed it against the wall, something I'd seen in movies. At first, I heard nothing, which was a good sign. But then, just as I was about to pull the glass away, I caught something, murmuring voices. Not just one, but two distinct female voices in what sounded like conversation. My first thought was that Tita Lorna had someone in her room, which was strange given the hour, but not impossible. Maybe someone from her prayer group had stayed late, but she was super strict about visitors after 9 p.m. It didn't make sense. Curious, I pressed the glass harder against the wall, straining to hear. The voices continued, one slightly deeper than the other, but I couldn't make out any words. I switched from the glass to pressing my ear directly against the wall. That's when I realized something was wrong. The voices became clearer, but I couldn't understand a single word they were saying, not one. And this made absolutely no sense because I'm fluent in both Tagalog and English, the only languages spoken in our household. Tita Lorna didn't know any other languages except for a few memorized Bible verses in Spanish. This language was different. It had a low, rhythmic quality that made me think of Latin, but I'd heard Latin in church, and this wasn't it. The sounds were heavy, almost guttural at times, then flowing into something melodic, but deeply unsettling. There was a pattern to it, like a conversation with questions and responses, but completely unintelligible to me. As I listened, goosebumps spread across my arms and the back of my neck. The strangest part was how the wall itself seemed to vibrate slightly with certain words or phrases. I could feel it against my ear, a subtle resonance that sent shivers through my body. I stayed there for what must have been 5 or 6 minutes, trying to catch any familiar word or phrase, but there was nothing recognizable. Just this continuous rhythmic exchange in that strange language. The longer I listened, the more uncomfortable I felt. Something about those voices felt wrong, not like eavesdropping on a normal conversation. It felt like I was hearing something I shouldn't be hearing. Finally, I pulled away from the wall, my heart racing. A deep sense of unease had settled over me. I reached for my phone and quickly texted Daniel. "Can't tonight, not feeling well." It wasn't exactly a lie. My stomach had knotted itself into a tight ball of anxiety. I crawled back into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin, straining to hear if the voices would continue. They did, faintly audible even without pressing against the wall. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was beeping for morning devotion. I dragged myself out of bed, still feeling unsettled from the night before. When I went to the kitchen, I expected to see Tita Lorna already preparing breakfast, as she always did. But the kitchen was empty. Her coffee mug wasn't in the sink. Her Bible wasn't on the table. "Tita?" I called out, moving toward her bedroom. The door was open, which was unusual. She always kept it closed. I peeked inside and saw her bed, still perfectly made with hospital corners the way she liked it. It hadn't been slept in. Confused, I checked the bathroom. Empty. I checked the small study where she sometimes fell asleep while reading. Nothing. My phone buzzed with a text from Daniel. "Hope you feel better. Saw your aunt leave yesterday afternoon with a suitcase. Dad said she's at some conference in Manila." I stared at the message, my blood turning cold. I vaguely remembered her mentioning a conference, but I thought it was next week. With shaking fingers, I called her phone. It rang 4 times before she answered. "Mia, is everything all right?" Her voice was clear, with the sounds of traffic in the background. "Tita, where are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I told you last week, I'm at the Women in Ministry conference in Manila. I left yesterday afternoon. I won't be back until Friday. Are you okay? You sound strange." "I'm fine," I managed to say. "I just forgot. Sorry to bother you." After hanging up, I stood frozen in the middle of our living room. If Tita Lorna had been in Manila since yesterday afternoon, then who or what had I heard talking in her room at 1 in the morning? With my heart pounding, I approached her bedroom again. In the daylight, it looked exactly as it always did, sparse, neat, with a cross above the bed and her stack of devotional books on the nightstand. I scanned every corner, looking for any sign that someone else had been there. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. I pressed my ear against the wall again, but in the morning light, it was just a wall, silent and ordinary. The voices were gone, if they'd ever been there at all. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd been half asleep and imagined it. But the memory was too vivid, too detailed. The distinct tones of the 2 female voices, the strange language, the way the wall vibrated. These weren't things my mind could have invented. Maybe sound had traveled strangely from another room. But who would be speaking an unknown language in the middle of the night? And why would it sound like it was coming directly from my aunt's empty room? Throughout that day, I couldn't concentrate on anything. During lunch, I casually asked Daniel's mother if she knew of any foreign missionaries staying in our building who might speak an unusual language. She mentioned a Korean family and a couple from Germany, but they were all on the first floor, not anywhere near my aunt's room. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in my bedroom. I made a makeshift bed on the couch in the living room, far from the wall I shared with my aunt's room. Even then, I barely slept, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The next day, I asked some of the older staff about the history of the building. One elderly maintenance worker, Manong Felipe, who'd been there for decades, gave me a strange look when I mentioned our rooms. "That section used to be the prayer room," he said in Tagalog, "before they converted it to offices, and then your living space." "Prayer room?" I asked. "Like a chapel?" He shook his head. "Not regular prayers, special prayers, for the troubled ones." "Troubled ones." He lowered his voice. "Possessed. The missionaries would bring them there. Sometimes they would speak in tongues during exorcism." I felt a chill run down my spine. Speaking in tongues. When the Holy Spirit or other spirits and speak through a person in languages they don't know themselves. He made the sign of the cross. But that was many years ago, before my time even. Just stories the old ones told. I thanked him and walked away, my mind racing. Speaking in tongues, unknown languages. Could that explain what I'd heard? For the remaining days until my aunt returned, I slept on the couch. I never heard the voices again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something in that room had noticed me listening, that I had drawn attention to myself by pressing my ear against that wall. When Tita Lorna came back, I didn't tell her about what happened. What could I say? That I'd heard ghostly voices speaking an unknown language in her empty room in the middle of the night. She'd either think I was making it up or worse, that I was being influenced by evil spirits myself. I lived with my aunt for another year before going to college, and though I never heard those voices again, I never felt comfortable in that room. I would catch myself avoiding that shared wall, never placing my bed or desk against it. Sometimes, late at night, I'd wake up with the feeling that someone was whispering just on the other side, too faint to make out, but present nonetheless. It's been almost 8 years now, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. The missionary campus is still there, though my aunt has since moved to a different building. Sometimes I wonder if whoever lives in those rooms now ever presses their ear against that wall and hears strange voices speaking in a foreign tongue in the darkness, and I wonder if they're speaking back. Story 15. I've never really been the type to believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I've always been pretty logical, you know. But after what happened when I was babysitting at my aunt's house, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. For some background, I'm not super close with my aunt's family. We live in the same coastal town of Seabrook, but we just never spent much time together growing up. My aunt has 2 kids, a 15-year-old boy and a 6-month-old baby girl. When she asked if I could babysit for her sometimes, I figured why not? Extra cash is always good, and babies are cute. Plus, their house is this nice 2-story place right near the water. The first few times I babysat were totally normal. The 15-year-old mostly stayed in his room gaming, and the baby was actually pretty easy to take care of. My aunt would leave detailed instructions, bottles prepared in the fridge, that kind of stuff. But then weird things started happening. It was about 3 weeks ago when I first noticed something off. I was holding the baby in the living room, trying to get her to fall asleep for her afternoon nap. The laundry room is right off the living room, with one of those swinging doors. I distinctly remember looking at that door because I was thinking about doing a load of the baby's clothes while she napped. The door was wide open. Then, while I was still looking at it, the door just closed, like completely shut. Not a slam or anything dramatic, just a smooth, deliberate close, as if someone had pushed it. But there was no one there, no draft, no windows open, nothing. I remember feeling the hairs on my arms stand up. I told myself it was probably just the house settling or something, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. When my aunt came home, I casually mentioned it. I expected her to laugh it off, but instead she got this weird look on her face. "Did you go near any of the mirrors with the baby?" she asked. I told her no, but asked why she was asking about mirrors of all things. That's when she told me that they'd been experiencing some strange things ever since they brought the baby home from the hospital. Their house has this kind of unique layout where there are 3 large mirrors that line up with each other, one in the entryway, one in the dining room, and one in the hallway leading to the bedrooms. My aunt explained that they form what some paranormal people call a spirit portal when they're aligned like that. I thought that sounded ridiculous, but then she told me about the picture. There's this family photo that hangs between 2 of the mirrors. According to my aunt, after they brought the baby home, that picture flew off the wall 4 separate times. Not just fell, flew, like someone had picked it up and thrown it. They kept putting it back up with stronger hooks, but it kept happening until they finally left it down. I remember trying not to show how creeped out I was. I mean, there had to be a logical explanation, right? Maybe there was something wrong with the wall, or vibrations from a nearby road. But the way my aunt talked about it, she wasn't joking around. I agreed to keep babysitting, though. I figured one weird door closing wasn't enough to freak out about. Maybe I just imagined it or something. But then last week happened, and now I'm totally convinced something is very wrong with that house. I was there on Tuesday, and the 15-year-old was at some after-school thing, so it was just me and the baby. Everything was fine at first. The baby was playing on her little mat while I sat nearby, scrolling through my phone. I remember looking at the time. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and realizing it was almost time for her bottle. I got up to get her formula from the pantry. The pantry door has this weird latch that sticks sometimes, and as I was struggling with it, I heard a noise behind me. When I turned around, a can of formula was lying on the floor, at least 6 feet away from the pantry. Here's the thing, that can hadn't been on any edge it could have fallen from. It had been inside the pantry, on a shelf, behind other items. There's literally no way it could have just fallen out like that, especially not with enough force to land that far away. I stood there for a solid minute, just staring at it. The baby was still on her mat in the living room, babbling away. Nobody else was home. I picked up the can with shaky hands and put it on the counter, trying to convince myself that maybe I had taken it out earlier and forgotten. But I knew I hadn't. I made the bottle and fed the baby, all while feeling like someone was watching me. You know that feeling when the back of your neck prickles? It was like that, but constant. I kept looking over my shoulder, but of course no one was there. After feeding her, I put the baby in her bouncer seat on the kitchen counter where I could keep an eye on her while I cleaned up. There was this broken toy crab on the counter that the 15-year-old had been trying to fix. It was one of those battery-operated toys that's supposed to crawl around and make noises, but it was definitely broken, missing a leg, and the battery compartment wasn't even closed properly. I was wiping down the counter on the opposite side when I heard a mechanical whirring sound. When I looked up, the crab toy was moving, not just moving a little bit like it had been bumped. It was fully activated, lights blinking, making that grinding motor sound as it dragged itself across the counter. I froze completely. The toy crawled in a straight line, reached the edge of the counter, and fell off, landing exactly where the formula can had landed earlier. Exactly. The same spot. I grabbed the baby so fast and backed up against the fridge. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This wasn't something I could explain away. That toy shouldn't have been able to work at all, let alone turn itself on and crawl across the counter. I remember looking at the baby, who was just staring wide-eyed at where the toy had fallen, and feeling this overwhelming need to protect her. It felt like whatever was happening was focused on her somehow. I remembered my aunt mentioning they kept holy water in one of the kitchen cabinets. Apparently my uncle is somewhat religious. I found it and literally sprinkled it around us while holding the baby tight. I know that probably sounds ridiculous, but in that moment I was desperate for anything that might help. I called my aunt right away, my voice shaking as I told her what happened. She came home early, and I could tell she was shaken up too, though she tried to play it off for my sake. She asked if I would still be willing to babysit that Friday, and like an idiot, I said yes. I needed the money, and part of me thought maybe it was just a one-time thing. Friday was the worst by far. I arrived around noon. It was raining heavily, making the house feel darker and more closed in than usual. The 15-year-old was at a friend's house, and my aunt had to work late. Everything seemed normal at first. I fed the baby, played with her for a while, and eventually she started getting sleepy around 3. I put her in her little portable crib in the living room and sat on the couch nearby. I must have dozed off too, because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly, feeling cold. The baby was still asleep, but something felt off. I checked my phone. I'd only been asleep for about 20 minutes. The house was silent, except for the sound of rain against the windows, too silent almost. I got up to check on the baby, who was sleeping peacefully, and then I noticed the security panel by the back door was blinking. Their house has this security system that shows if any doors or windows are open. The light for the back door was blinking, which meant it was being opened and closed. But I could see the back door from where I was standing, and it was closed and locked. I walked over to check it, my heart racing again. The door was definitely locked, the deadbolt firmly in place, but the security panel kept blinking. Open, closed, open, closed. I called my uncle, who was closest to the house at the time. While I waited for him to arrive, I took the baby and sat in the center of the living room, away from all doors and windows. I didn't know what else to do. When my uncle got there about 15 minutes later, he checked the security system and the door. Everything seemed normal by then. The blinking had stopped while I was on the phone with him. He checked the security footage. They have cameras at all the exterior doors, and what we saw made my blood run cold. The back door, which had been locked the entire time, was opening and closing on its own. Not just once, repeatedly. Open a few inches, close, open wider, close. It did this 6 times while the baby and I were asleep. The door was clearly locked in the footage. You could see the deadbolt, but it was moving anyway. My uncle couldn't explain it. He checked the door hinges, the lock, everything. Nothing was broken or malfunctioning. The security company couldn't explain it either when they came out the next day. I told my aunt I couldn't babysit anymore after that. I just couldn't. There's something in that house that doesn't want the baby there, or maybe it wants the baby for itself. I don't know which is worse. The last thing my aunt told me before I left that day has stuck with me. She said that sometimes when she's alone with the baby, she'll see movement in the mirrors out of the corner of her eye. And twice now, she's found the baby staring and giggling at empty corners of the room as if someone is there playing with her. I haven't been back to their house since, and I don't plan to. Some things just can't be explained, and whatever is happening in that house feels targeted, intentional. I just hope that whatever it is leaves that baby alone. But somehow, I don't think it will. Story 16. I still can't explain what happened to my family in that house. It's been 4 years since we moved out, but the memories still make me uneasy, especially at night. I'm hoping that writing this all down might help me process everything. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My parents bought the property back in 2008. Dad had gotten a good job in County Cork, and the house seemed perfect. A traditional Irish stone cottage with a newly built extension that doubled the living space. The original part dated back to the 1800s with thick stone walls and small windows, while the extension was modern and airy. We were excited about the move, despite the remoteness. The nearest neighbor was about a half-mile away, and the closest village was a 15-minute drive. What my parents didn't tell us kids initially was the property's history. It sat just a quarter-mile from an ancient graveyard with these crumbling, moss-covered headstones that you could barely read anymore. Some dated back hundreds of years. There were also ruins of an old church nearby, just stone walls really, and we later found out that archaeologists had discovered medieval burial sites in the area a few years before we moved in. The weird thing is, most of the strange stuff happened in the new part of the house, not the old cottage section where you'd expect ghosts to hang out. It started small, about 3 months after we moved in. I was 16 at the time, my sister Emma was 14, and at first we thought we were just adjusting to countryside noises after living in Dublin our whole lives. The first incident I clearly remember was when I was home alone doing homework. Mum and Dad were at a school meeting for Emma, and I was sitting at the kitchen table in the new extension. I heard footsteps upstairs, clear as day, the distinct sound of someone walking across the floorboards in the hallway that connected the bedrooms. I froze, thinking someone had broken in. I called out, "Hello?" like an idiot in a horror film, but there was no response. The footsteps continued for maybe 15 seconds, then stopped. I grabbed a kitchen knife and went upstairs, checking every room, but found nothing. No open windows, no signs of entry. When I told my parents, Dad suggested it was just the house settling, or maybe mice, but mice don't sound like human footsteps. About a week later, Emma mentioned at dinner that she'd heard children playing outside her window the night before. Her room was in the new extension, facing the fields that led toward the graveyard. She described it as children laughing and speaking in whispers, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. When she looked outside, there was nobody there, and it was nearly midnight anyway. No children would be playing in the fields at that hour. Dad laughed it off, but Mum looked uncomfortable. Later that night, I overheard them talking. Mum admitted she'd been hearing strange sounds too, knocking at the back door of the extension when no one was there. 3 distinct knocks, always around 3 in the afternoon. She'd answer every time, but no one was ever there. Within 6 months, we were all experiencing things. The most common was the footsteps. We'd hear them when everyone was accounted for, walking across upstairs rooms or down hallways when we knew they were empty. Sometimes they'd be heavy, like a man's boots, other times lighter, like a child running. Then there was the singing. On still nights, especially in autumn, we'd hear what sounded like choir singing coming from the direction of the graveyard. It wasn't loud, more like distant voices carried on the wind, but it was distinct enough that we all heard it. Old-fashioned hymns, the kind you'd hear in a traditional church service, but there was no church for miles that would be holding services at 10 o'clock at night. The drumming was the most unsettling for me personally. It would start as a faint, rhythmic thumping, almost like a heartbeat, that seemed to come from inside the walls of the extension. It would gradually get louder over about 5 minutes, then fade away. It never had a pattern to when it would happen. Sometimes weeks would pass without hearing it. Then it would happen 3 nights in a row. Emma had it worst. Her room was at the far end of the extension, furthest from the original cottage. She started sleeping with her light on about a year after we moved in. She told me she constantly felt like someone was watching her in her room. Not just the vague feeling of being watched, but a specific sense that a man was standing in the corner of her room, observing her. She described feeling his presence so strongly that she could tell which corner he was in without looking. One night, around 2 in the morning, Emma came bursting into my room, white as a sheet and trembling. She said she'd woken up feeling someone sitting on the edge of her bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw the depression in the mattress where someone was sitting, but there was no one visible there. She slept in my room for a week after that. Dad was the skeptic of the family. He always had a logical explanation. Old pipes, the wind through the trees, our imaginations working overtime because of the spooky graveyard nearby. That changed during our 3rd winter in the house. It was early December, around 6 in the evening and already dark outside. Dad was alone in the house, while the rest of us were at Emma's choir concert. He was in his office in the original cottage part, working late. He got up to make tea and walked through the connecting hallway into the extension where the kitchen was. As he passed through the hallway, he saw what he described as a black shape, like a shadow but more solid move from one bedroom to another. He assumed it was a trick of the light until he checked both rooms and found them empty. Later that same night, around midnight, we were all woken by the sound of someone repeatedly running up and down the stairs in the extension. It wasn't subtle. It sounded exactly like a person's feet pounding on each step, running up, then down, then up again. Dad grabbed his hurling stick, he used to play in college, and checked the entire house. Nothing was disturbed. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. My own worst experience happened during our 4th year there. I was 17 by then and had grown somewhat used to the strange occurrences. One evening, I was walking back from a friend's house about a half-mile away. It was dusk, that time when the light is fading, but you can still see clearly. As I approached our house, I saw a man standing by our front door, just to the side of it. He was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned hat. Not a baseball cap, but something more like what farmers would wear decades ago. He was smoking, and I could see the red glow of the cigarette and the smoke rising in the dim light. I assumed it was someone visiting my parents, so I called out, "Hello there." The man turned slightly toward me, but remained in shadow. As I got closer, maybe 15 feet away, he simply wasn't there anymore. He didn't walk away or duck inside. He was just gone, between one blink and the next. When I got inside, there was no visitor, and my parents had seen no one. The strangest part was the lingering smell of cigarette smoke by the door, even though no one in our family smoked. Mum had her own encounter about a month later. She was washing dishes in the kitchen, looking out the window that faced our back garden. She saw the silhouette of someone smoking just outside, visible through the glass. She thought it was me at first, though I didn't smoke, and tapped on the window to get my attention. The figure turned, and she realized it wasn't me or anyone she recognized. She rushed to the back door, not more than 5 seconds later, but when she opened it there was no one there. No footprints in the soft garden soil, no gate opened in the fence, nowhere a person could have gone so quickly. The knocking at the back door continued throughout our time there, always 3 knocks, always when someone was home alone, and never anyone there when the door was answered. It got to the point where we just stopped answering when we heard it. After 6 years of this, my parents finally decided to sell the house. The final straw was when both my parents witnessed the same thing simultaneously. They were sitting in the living room of the extension watching television when they both saw a tall, dark figure walk past the open doorway in the hallway. Dad jumped up to investigate, thinking it was an intruder, but found nothing. The fact that they both saw it, described it the same way, and couldn't explain it was enough for even my skeptical father. We moved out in 2014, and while our new house is completely normal, we still talk about the farmhouse sometimes when we get together. None of us has ever found an explanation that satisfies all the things we experienced there. The new owners haven't reported anything unusual, at least not that we've heard, which makes it even stranger. I don't know if it was ghosts or something else entirely. All I know is that 6 years in that house taught me that there are things that happen in this world that don't fit neatly into what we understand as reality. And sometimes those things choose to make themselves known in the most unexpected places, not in the ancient cottage with centuries of history, but in the brand new rooms where no one had ever lived before. Story 17. I never believed I'd be that person who ends up posting about paranormal stuff online, but I'm honestly at my wit's end here. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has dealt with something similar and can offer advice. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. Growing up, I experienced weird things. Shadows moving where they shouldn't, whispers when no one was around, that feeling of being watched. But nothing malicious, you know. Just the occasional, "Hey, I exist," from whatever was sharing our space. I learned to live with it, even got comfortable with it. My mom used to joke that I had friends others couldn't see, but what's happening now? This is different. This son of a bitch is testing my patience, and I'm done playing nice. It started back in April when I was about 20 weeks pregnant with my first daughter, Emma. My fiancé Mark and I had just moved into our house in Willow Creek. Nice suburb, quiet streets, the whole American dream package. The first few weeks were perfect. I was decorating the nursery, Mark was fixing up the yard, and we were excited about starting our family. Then I heard it. Someone calling my nickname, the one only my closest family uses. Caro. Just that. I was alone in the house, folding baby clothes in the nursery. At first I thought it was Mark coming home early, but when I went downstairs nobody was there. I brushed it off. Pregnancy brain, right? But then it happened again the next day while I was showering. Caro, clear as day, like someone was standing right outside the shower curtain. I nearly slipped trying to check if Mark had come into the bathroom. Then things started disappearing. My prenatal vitamins vanished from the kitchen counter where I always kept them. After tearing the house apart, I found them in the dryer. Not the laundry room, inside the actual dryer. A few days later, my engagement ring disappeared from my nightstand. After a full day of panicking and searching, it turned up inside a cereal box in the pantry. A box we hadn't even opened yet. The appliances were next. The toaster would turn on by itself at random times. Our brand new refrigerator started making this horrible grinding noise at exactly 3:30 every morning. But when the repair guy came, he said nothing was wrong with it. The TV in our bedroom would switch on in the middle of the night, always to static. I didn't tell Mark about most of it at first. He was stressed about work and being a first-time dad. But when our microwave literally exploded, like glass everywhere, while neither of us was even in the kitchen, I had to say something. He didn't believe me, not completely anyway. He'd nod and say, "That's weird, babe." But I could tell he thought it was pregnancy hormones making me paranoid. I'm not religious, but I was desperate. My aunt is big into spirituality, so I called her. She gave me a prayer to recite and told me to burn sage in every room. I felt ridiculous doing it, but you know what? It worked. For about a week, everything was normal. I actually started to relax. Then Emma was born. Beautiful, perfect little girl. The first few months were quiet, just normal newborn chaos. I started thinking maybe whatever it was had moved on. I was wrong. When Emma was about 6 months old, it came back worse than before. It started with the name thing again, but now it would wake me up at night, whispering, "Caro," right in my ear. I'd bolt upright, heart pounding, but Mark would be sound asleep beside me, and the baby monitor showed Emma peaceful in her crib. Then things escalated. One morning, all the photos in our hallway were turned upside down. Not fallen, not crooked, perfectly flipped and rehung. Another day, I found all of Emma's stuffed animals arranged in a circle in the middle of her room when I went to get her from her nap. I know for a fact they'd been on her shelf when I put her down. But what really got to me was what happened to my journal. I've kept a pregnancy journal for Emma, writing down everything so she could read it someday. One night, I went to make an entry and found 3 pages ripped out. Not torn messily, cut out cleanly with scissors. I never found those pages. I tried the prayers and sage again. It helped temporarily, but the peace never lasted more than a few days. I was starting to think we'd have to move, but then I found out I was pregnant again. We were thrilled. We'd always wanted our kids close in age, but a part of me was terrified about what this might trigger. Now I'm 23 weeks along with another little girl, and sure enough, this entity, or whatever it is, has ramped things up to 11. It's like it knows exactly when I'm most vulnerable. Last week was the breaking point. Emma, now 19 months old, started having nightmares. Not normal toddler bad dreams. These were different. She'd wake up screaming, hyperventilating, completely inconsolable. One night she was so panicked she threw up from crying so hard. During the day, she started refusing to go into certain rooms alone, especially her bedroom. She'd cling to me, pointing at empty corners, her little face twisted in fear. Then 3 nights ago, at exactly 3:30 in the morning, I got up to pee. Constant bathroom trips, the joy of pregnancy. As I was sitting there, I heard what sounded like someone pounding on the roof. Not like branches scraping, but deliberate banging, like someone was trying to break through. It was so loud that Mark woke up and grabbed the baseball bat we keep under the bed. We checked the entire house, then the yard. Nothing. We even reviewed our property cameras the next morning. Not a single thing out of place. The following night, same time, 3:30 a.m., I got up to pee again. On my way back to bed, there was this massive bang on our front door, like someone had thrown their entire body against it. Mark bolted upright, and I nearly pissed myself all over again. We checked the door. No damage, no sign anyone had been there. Cameras showed nothing. Here's what really pisses me off, though. This thing doesn't just mess with our stuff or make scary noises. It's affecting my family. Mark and I have started fighting over stupid things. He's normally the most patient person I know, but lately he snaps at everything. I catch myself doing the same. We'll be having a perfectly normal conversation, and suddenly we're screaming at each other over something as stupid as how to load the dishwasher. It's like there's this cloud of anger hanging over us that wasn't there before. And Emma, my baby girl, she's terrified of bedtime now. She used to love her room, but now she screams and clings to us when it's time to sleep. She's having panic attacks at not even 2 years old. What kind of sick entity targets a child? I know it's doing this because it's the most effective way to get to me. Mess with my kid, and you've crossed the line. Last night, after putting Emma down for the third time, she kept waking up screaming about the bad thing in her room. I lost it. I was exhausted, my back hurt from pregnancy, and I was just done. I grabbed the holy water my aunt had given me. Yes, I'm keeping holy water around now. That's where we're at. Blessed Mark while he slept. Blessed Emma even blessed our cat Pepper. Then I stood in the middle of our living room and said exactly what I was thinking. "Listen, you son of a bitch," I said out loud, not even caring if Mark woke up and thought I'd lost my mind. "I don't know what you are or what you want, but you need to leave us alone. You want to mess with me? Fine, I can handle it. But stay away from my daughter's dreams. Stay away from my fiancé. Stay away from my unborn baby. You have no place in this house, in this family, or anywhere near us." I felt ridiculous talking to empty air, but also weirdly empowered. I wasn't scared anymore. I was furious. This thing had been feeding off my fear for months, and I was done giving it that satisfaction. For about 10 seconds after my little speech, the house was completely silent. Even the usual creaks of the floorboards and hum of the refrigerator seemed to stop. Then, from Emma's room, I heard her giggle. Not her scared cry, but her happy, playful laugh. I ran to check on her, half expecting to find something horrible, but she was sitting up in bed, pointing at her nightlight and smiling. "Gone," she said, and laid back down, falling asleep almost instantly. That was last night. Today has been quiet. No disappearing objects, no weird noises. But I'm not naive enough to think it's over. This thing came back once before. It'll probably come back again. But now I know something important. It doesn't like when I stand up to it. It doesn't like when I'm angry instead of afraid. I don't know what's going to happen when my second daughter arrives in a few months. I don't know if this entity is somehow connected to my pregnancies or if that's just coincidence. But I do know I'm not running from my home. This is our space, not its. If you've dealt with something similar or have any advice that doesn't involve burning my house down, I'd appreciate it. Until then, I'll be here, very pregnant, very tired, and ready to throw hands with whatever supernatural asshole thinks it can mess with my family. The truly bizarre thing is that even as I type this, my daughter's baby monitor just switched on by itself next to me. I can see her sleeping peacefully, but I swear I just heard a whisper come through the speaker. "Not gone, waiting." Story 18. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but I can't shake the feeling that I need to tell someone. Maybe someone else has experienced this too. This happened about 3 weeks ago at my home in Saratoga. I'm 34. I've lived in this house for 5 years, and nothing like this had happened here before. Well, not exactly like this anyway. It was a normal night. I'd gone to bed around 11 after watching some mindless reality TV to wind down. My German Shepherd, Max, was acting a bit off that evening, which I should have taken as a warning sign. He kept pacing around the bedroom, going to the window, then the door, then back again. At one point he even jumped on the bed, which he knows he's not supposed to do, and laid his head directly on my chest, something he'd never done before. I remember petting him and saying, "What's wrong, buddy?" He just looked at me with those concerned eyes dogs get when they sense something isn't right. I eventually fell asleep with my little nightlight on in the corner. Yes, I still sleep with a nightlight sometimes. Judge me if you want, but I've never liked complete darkness. I woke up suddenly at around 3:30 in the morning. I know the exact time because the first thing I did was look at my phone on the nightstand. That moment of waking was strange. It wasn't like normal waking up. It was abrupt, like someone had yanked me into consciousness. I was lying on my back, completely aware of my surroundings, when I sensed something behind me. It's hard to describe what I felt first. It was like a pressure change in the room, like when a storm is coming and your ears pop. Then came this feeling of dread that washed Over me, the air felt heavy, charged, like right before lightning strikes. I couldn't move at first, not in the sleep paralysis way. I've had that before, and this was different. This was fear freezing me in place, but I could feel something there, right beside me and partially behind me, near the back of my head. When I finally managed to turn my head slightly, I saw it. There was this cloud? No, that's not right. It was like black smoke, but it had substance, and it glowed. Not like light coming from it, but like it had an outline of energy around it. The center was darker than the darkness of my room, if that makes any sense, like it was absorbing the darkness around it. The worst part was that I could feel it trying to get inside me, through my back or the base of my skull. There was this pressure, like something pushing against me, but not physically, more like it was pushing against my consciousness, trying to merge with me or take over. In that moment, pure survival instinct kicked in. I flipped over completely to face it, now only about 1.5 feet away from my face. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I screamed no as loud as I could and scrambled over Max, who was now standing at attention at the side of the bed, his hackles raised and a low growl coming from his throat. I jumped off the bed and ran for my bedroom door. This is where things get even weirder. My door wasn't locked. I never locked my bedroom door. But when I grabbed the handle, it wouldn't budge. It was like someone was holding it from the other side. I pulled harder, panic rising in my chest, and glanced back over my shoulder. The entity had moved. It was now on the floor between me and the bed, and it had changed. It was wider now, maybe 3 or 4 feet across, but only about 1.5 feet tall. And it had these appendages. I don't want to call them arms because they weren't solid, but they were reaching for me, reaching like it wanted to grab me and pull me in. I screamed again, louder this time, pure terror in my voice, and suddenly the door gave way. I nearly fell into the hallway from the force of pulling on it. I slammed the door shut behind me and ran downstairs to the living room, where I turned on every light I could find. Max followed me, still growling, his eyes fixed on the top of the stairs. I sat there, shaking uncontrollably, for hours. Not just trembling, full body shaking that I couldn't stop no matter how hard I tried. It felt like my nervous system was in complete overload. I wrapped myself in a blanket, held onto Max, and just waited for the sun to come up. At some point, I noticed my nightlight had turned off by itself, which had never happened before. When dawn finally broke, I went back upstairs cautiously. Everything looked normal. My bedroom was just as I'd left it, minus the terrifying smoke entity. But the air still felt wrong, heavy, like after a thunderstorm when the electricity is still lingering. Here's the thing that makes this even more unsettling. This wasn't my first encounter with whatever this is. About 2 years ago, I experienced something similar. I was staying at a hotel for a work conference. I woke up in the middle of the night with the same feeling, something trying to enter my body through my back. That time, I didn't see anything when I turned around, but the feeling was identical, that overwhelming sense that something was trying to possess me or merge with me. After the first incident, I eventually convinced myself it was just a weird dream or sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to think. And when I finally got up the courage to tell my mom about it, she went pale. She told me she'd experienced the exact same thing twice in her life. Once when she was my age, and once just a few years ago. She described it the same way, a presence trying to enter through her back and an overwhelming feeling of evil. I've done some research since then. I've read about shadow, people and interdimensional beings, but nothing quite matches what I experienced. The closest explanation I've found is that sometimes if you wake up too quickly, before your body has fully transitioned from sleep, you can see things that are normally hidden from human perception. Like there's this veil between our reality and theirs, and sometimes that veil thins. What if these entities are always around us? What if they attach themselves to our consciousness while we sleep? The thought keeps me up at night now. I've started sleeping with every light on in my bedroom, which is driving up my electricity bill, but I don't care. I'd rather be broke than experience that again. Max still acts strange sometimes. He'll stare at empty corners of the room or growl at nothing I can see. Dogs are supposed to be more sensitive to these things, right? I trust his instincts more than my own at this point. I haven't told many people about this because I know how it sounds, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That thing was real, and it wanted something from me, wanted to be part of me in some way I don't understand. Sometimes I catch movement out of the corner of my eye, or feel a sudden drop in temperature in a room, and I freeze, terrified it's back. I'm jumpy all the time now. I've started having trouble sleeping. I fight to stay awake until my body literally can't anymore, because I'm afraid of what might be waiting on the other side of consciousness. The most disturbing part is that I have this lingering feeling it's not done with me, that whatever connection allowed it to find me once will lead it back again, and next time maybe screaming no won't be enough to stop it. I've started looking into protection methods, crystals, sage, prayers from different religions, anything that might help create a barrier between me and it. I don't know if any of it works, but it makes me feel like I'm doing something at least. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind? Or is there really something out there that we can't explain? All I know for sure is that what happened that night was real. The entity was real. And the terror I felt was more real than anything I've ever experienced. I still live in the same house, still sleep in the same bedroom, though I've rearranged the furniture so the bed faces the door now. But things don't feel the same. I don't feel the same. It's like once you've seen behind the curtain, you can never unsee it. You can never go back to not knowing what's out there. I just want to understand what it was and why it chose me. And most of all, I want to know how to make sure it never comes back. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't, and it's driving me crazy. I work at Pete's Quick Stop in Lebanon, New Hampshire, just a small convenience store where we sell the usual stuff, snacks, cigarettes, beer, and we make sandwiches too. Nothing special, but it pays the bills, especially now when we need the money more than ever. My wife Sarah was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer back in February. The medical bills have been piling up, and I've been picking up extra shifts whenever I can. That particular day was a Tuesday, and I was working the 4 to midnight shift with Martha, who's been at Pete's even longer than I have. It was late afternoon, around 5:30, and things had been pretty slow. The after-work rush hadn't really started yet. Martha had gone outside for her smoke break. She always sits on that little bench right by the entrance. You can't miss her there. She's in her 60s with this poofy grey hair that she dyes herself. She says the cigarettes help with her arthritis pain, though I keep telling her they're probably making it worse. I was behind the counter wiping down the sandwich prep area. We'd had a bit of a rush during lunch, and I hadn't had time to properly clean everything. The bell above the door hadn't rung in at least 20 minutes, and I remember thinking I should probably restock the cooler before people started coming in for their after-work beers. I had my back half turned to the counter, spraying disinfectant on the cutting board, when I heard someone clear their throat. I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I turned around, there was this tall guy standing at the register. I swear on everything I love, I never heard the door chime, never heard footsteps, nothing. He was just there. The guy had this bright red hair, not orange or auburn, but proper fire engine red, and was probably in his late 30s. He was wearing a plain grey t-shirt and jeans, nothing unusual, but something about him felt off from the start. His skin was really pale, almost too pale, like he hadn't seen the sun in months. "Sorry about that," I said, trying to cover up how startled I was. "Didn't hear you come in." "No problem," he replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. His voice was deep, but soft, like he was trying not to speak too loudly. "Could I get an Italian sandwich?" "Sure thing," I said, grabbing a roll from the bread bin. "You want everything on it?" "Everything except onions," he said. "Never did care for onions." As I started preparing his sandwich, I tried to make casual conversation like I do with all the customers. It helps pass the time, and honestly, talking to people had been keeping my mind off Sarah's treatments. "Haven't seen you around before," I said. "You new to Lebanon?" "Just passing through," he replied. "Nice little town you've got here." "Yeah, it is. Been here my whole life." "Must be nice," he said, "to have roots somewhere." Something about the way he said it made me pause for a second. It sounded wistful, almost sad. "Where are you headed?" I asked, laying out the ham and salami. "Not sure yet. Just going where the road takes me." I nodded, concentrating on the sandwich. "Sounds like freedom to me. Wish I could do that sometimes." "Everything okay?" he asked. And when I looked up, he was studying my face with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I don't usually share personal stuff with customers, but something about this guy made me open up. "My wife's sick. Cancer. Been a rough few months." He nodded slowly. "I'm sorry to hear that. It's hard watching someone you love suffer." The way he said it, like he knew exactly what I was going through, made me look at him more carefully. His eyes were this weird grayish-blue color, almost transparent in the fluorescent lighting of the store. "Yeah," I said, turning to grab the provolone from the refrigerator behind me. "The treatments are tough, but she's tougher." I was only turned away for maybe 5 seconds, but when I spun back around with the cheese in my hand, the guy was gone. Just completely vanished. The store isn't big. You can see every aisle from the counter, and there was nobody there. The sandwich bread was still sitting open on the cutting board with the meat I'd just laid out. My first thought was that he'd stepped outside for some reason, maybe to take a phone call or grab something from his car. I put down the cheese and walked around the counter to check. Martha was still sitting on her bench, scrolling through her phone with a cigarette dangling from her fingers. "Hey, Martha," I called out, "which way did that red-haired guy go?" She looked up at me, confused. "What red-haired guy?" "The customer I was just making a sandwich for. Tall guy, red hair. He must have just walked past you." Martha shook her head. "Michael, nobody's come in or out since I've been sitting here, and I've been right here for the last 10 minutes. I felt a chill run down my spine. "That's not possible. I was just talking to him. He ordered an Italian sandwich." Martha stubbed out her cigarette and stood up. "Are you feeling okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." That word, ghost, made my stomach drop. I went back inside with Martha following me, insisting that no one had entered or left the store. I showed her the half-made sandwich as proof, but she just suggested that maybe I'd started making it for myself and forgotten. "I wouldn't do that," I told her, "and I was literally just talking to this guy. He knew about Sarah being sick." Martha's face softened. "Mike, you've been under a lot of stress lately. Maybe you just need some rest." I wanted to argue more, but what could I say? That I'd been having a conversation with someone who apparently didn't exist? That didn't sound like stress to me. It sounded like I was losing my mind. For the rest of my shift, I kept looking at the door, half expecting the red-haired man to walk back in and explain that he'd somehow turned invisible or teleported outside. But he never came back. I couldn't stop thinking about how real he had been. This wasn't like seeing something out of the corner of my eye or imagining a shadow moving. I had looked directly at this man. I had heard his voice. He had substance and weight and presence. He wasn't some blurry apparition. He was as solid and real as Martha or me. What bothered me most was the timing of his disappearance. He vanished in those few seconds when I turned to get the cheese, like he knew exactly when I wouldn't be looking, and the way he'd asked about my problems, almost like he already knew the answer. It was unsettling. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the interaction in my head, trying to find some logical explanation. Had I dozed off at the counter and dreamed the whole thing? But the sandwich ingredients were real. Had someone played an elaborate prank on me? But how would they have disappeared so completely without Martha seeing them? The next day, I came in early for my shift and checked the security cameras. Our system is pretty basic, just one camera pointed at the register area and another at the door. I rewound to around 5:30 the previous day and watched. The footage showed me cleaning the counter, just as I remembered. Then it showed me suddenly turning around and talking to nobody. I was clearly having a conversation, gesturing slightly as I made a sandwich, but there was no one on the other side of the counter. I watched myself turn to get something from the fridge, then come back looking confused, and finally walk toward the door. The door never opened during that entire time except when I went outside to talk to Martha. I felt sick watching it. Either the camera hadn't picked him up, which made no sense, or I had hallucinated the entire interaction. I didn't tell anyone else about what happened, not even Sarah. She has enough to worry about without thinking her husband is cracking under the pressure. But I started noticing things around the store that I hadn't before, like how the temperature sometimes drops suddenly near the counter for no reason, or how occasionally items will fall off shelves when nobody's near them. I've started wondering about the building's history, about who might have died here or nearby. The thing is, Pete's Quick Stop is right across the street from Donovan's funeral home. It's been there for decades, longer than our store. Sometimes, when it's quiet and I'm alone in the store early in the morning, I find myself staring across at that building wondering, was the red-haired man someone who had passed through Donovan's? Was he trying to tell me something about Sarah? The thought makes my blood run cold, but I can't shake it. It's been a month now, and I haven't seen the man again. Sarah's latest scan showed her tumors are shrinking, which is the best news we've had in a long time. Part of me wonders if there's a connection, but that's crazy, right? Yesterday I was reorganizing some stock in the back when Martha called me to the front. There was a delivery guy with flowers, a small arrangement of yellow roses, Sarah's favorite. "Who are these for?" I asked the delivery guy. "They're for you," he said, checking his clipboard. "The card just says, 'Hope things are better. Everything will be okay.'" "Who sent them?" I asked, but the guy just shrugged. "Paid for in cash at the shop. No name given. The flowers are sitting on our kitchen table now. Sarah thinks they're from one of our friends, a nice gesture because of her good news at the doctor's. But I keep thinking about those transparent grayish blue eyes and that sad smile. I don't know what happened that day in the store. I don't know who or what that man was. All I know is that he was there and then he wasn't, and nobody but me saw him. And sometimes, when I'm working late and the store is empty, I find myself looking up whenever I hear someone clear their throat, half expecting to see that shock of red hair and pale skin. But the strangest part? I'm not scared anymore. If anything, I'm waiting for him to come back. I have so many questions to ask him. Story 20. I've been a mechanic at a paper and cellulose company in Cerro Verde for almost 3 years now. The pay is good and the work is steady, but there are aspects of this job that have made me question whether the money is worth what I've experienced. I've never been superstitious or believed in ghosts, but what happened 2 weeks ago has turned my world upside down, and I haven't slept properly since. Our company buys old farmland to plant eucalyptus trees, thousands of acres of them. My job is to maintain and repair the heavy machinery that the operators use to harvest and stack the eucalyptus trunks. This means I'm often called out at all hours, including overnight shifts when most operations happen to avoid the brutal Brazilian heat. The night it happened, I was assigned to a remote property about 40 kilometers from town. This particular farm had been purchased about 5 years ago, but workers have always hated being assigned there, especially after dark. There were always stories, equipment turning on by itself, voices in the distance, figures moving between the trees. I'd heard them all but dismissed them as tired workers, letting their imaginations run wild in the dark. We were a small crew that night, just me and 3 operators working the overnight shift from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. The machines are massive, Enormous tractors with hydraulic arms for lifting and stacking the harvested trunks. When they break down, I'm the one who has to fix them, often in complete darkness, except for my headlamp and whatever light the moon provides. Around 2 in the morning, I was sitting in my truck, taking a quick break and drinking some coffee from my thermos. The operators were about 300 meters away, their machines creating a constant mechanical symphony that echoed through the plantation. I remember checking my phone, no signal as usual out here, when I noticed something strange out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a shadow cast by the eucalyptus trees. The moonlight was playing through the leaves, creating shifting patterns on the ground, but then the shadow moved independently of the trees. I sat up straight, suddenly alert. Something, or someone, was walking between the rows of trees about 50 meters from my truck. My first thought was that it might be an intruder. We occasionally get local farmers or activists trespassing to protest the environmental impact of the plantations. I grabbed my flashlight, a powerful industrial one we use for night repairs, and aimed it toward the movement. What I saw makes my skin crawl even now as I type this. It wasn't an intruder or a protester. It was a woman, standing perfectly still between 2 rows of eucalyptus trees, staring directly at me. She was wearing what looked like a white dress or nightgown, and her long dark hair hung down past her shoulders. Even from that distance, I could see that something wasn't right about her. Her skin was too pale, almost luminescent in the beam of my flashlight. For several seconds, I just sat there, frozen. The woman didn't move either. She just stared. Then, almost instinctively, I grabbed my phone and took a picture. I don't know why I did it, maybe to prove to myself later that I wasn't hallucinating. After I took the photo, she started to walk again, moving deeper into the plantation. Without thinking, I got out of my truck and followed her, switching my phone to video mode. I know how stupid that sounds now, but in the moment, I felt compelled to follow her. It was like I wasn't fully in control of my actions. The eucalyptus trees created narrow corridors, all identical and disorienting. The smell of eucalyptus oil was overwhelming in the night air, almost dizzying. I followed her for maybe 30 seconds, trying to keep my phone steady as I recorded. Then she turned a corner around a stack of harvested trunks, and when I reached the same spot seconds later, she was gone, completely vanished. I stood there breathing hard, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness as I swept it back and forth. There was nowhere she could have gone. The area was a dead end, a stack of eucalyptus trunks on one side and rows of trees on the other. It was impossible for anyone to disappear that quickly. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. My breath was visible in the beam of my flashlight. In Brazil, in summer. I backed away slowly, then turned and practically ran back to my truck. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I immediately checked the photo I had taken, half expecting it to show nothing. But she was there, clear as day. A woman in white standing among the eucalyptus trees, staring directly at the camera. Her eyes were dark hollows, and her skin had an unnatural pallor that no living person could have. The video was more disturbing, just a few seconds of me following her between the trees before she disappears around the corner. The audio picked up my breathing, but also something else. A soft humming that I hadn't heard at the time. I was still staring at my phone when I heard someone approaching. I nearly jumped out of my skin until I realized it was one of the operators, Joan's brother, I think. He looked concerned and asked what I was doing wandering around the plantation. I could barely speak coherently, but I showed him the photo and tried to explain what happened. He didn't say much, but his face went pale. He told me to get back in my truck and stay there. Then he radioed the other operators, and they all gathered around my vehicle, leaving their machines idle. When they saw the photo, they exchanged looks I couldn't quite interpret. One of them, An older guy named Miguel, who'd been with the company for over 20 years, finally told me what they all seemed to know. This property wasn't just any old farm. It had belonged to a wealthy family in the 1940s, and the daughter of the owner had disappeared one night while walking through their fields. They found her body a week later in a small family cemetery at the edge of the property. The same cemetery that was now surrounded by our eucalyptus trees, about a kilometer from where I'd seen the woman. According to Miguel, company workers had reported seeing a woman in white wandering through the plantation ever since they acquired the property. Management dismissed the stories and threatened to fire anyone who spread superstitious nonsense. But the sightings continued, and equipment would mysteriously malfunction near the old cemetery. Operators refused to work alone in that section, especially at night. "You should delete that photo," Miguel told me, his voice dead serious. "Nothing good comes from capturing them on camera. It's like it gives them a way to follow you." I laughed nervously, trying to dismiss his warning as superstition, but I couldn't shake the cold dread that had settled in my stomach. We finished the shift in tense silence, the operators working in pairs and me staying in my truck unless absolutely necessary to check the equipment. When dawn finally broke, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Things always seem less terrifying in the daylight. We packed up and headed back to town, and I tried to convince myself that I'd experienced some kind of hallucination from exhaustion. But that night at home, strange things started happening. My lights would flicker without explanation. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. My phone battery would drain completely within minutes of charging it to full. And at night, I could swear I heard soft humming coming from outside my bedroom window, the same humming from the video. 3 days after the incident, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. My room was freezing cold despite the summer heat, and my curtains were moving slightly as if caught in a breeze, though my window was closed. When I checked my phone, which I'd left charging on my nightstand, I found it was on and open to the photo gallery. The picture of the woman was displayed on the screen, but something had changed. She was closer to the camera than before, her face more visible, her hollow eyes seeming to stare directly at me from the screen. I deleted the photo immediately, and the video too. But it was too late. Ever since that night, I feel like I'm being watched. Sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of white fabric disappearing around corners. The humming continues, sometimes so close it seems like it's right behind me. I requested a transfer to another site, but the company is short-staffed, and I've been assigned back to the same plantation twice already. Each time, the feeling of being followed intensifies. The operators have noticed it too. They say I look terrible, that I jump at every noise and keep looking over my shoulder. Last night was the worst. I was alone in my apartment trying to sleep with all the lights on when my phone chimed with a notification. It was a memory from my photo gallery, the photo I had deleted 2 weeks ago. Somehow it had reappeared, and in this version, the woman was no longer standing among the trees. She was right up against the camera, her face filling the entire frame, her mouth open in what could have been a scream or a sinister smile. I threw my phone across the room and it shattered against the wall. I haven't been back to retrieve it. I'm writing this from my neighbor's computer because I'm afraid to touch any of my own electronics now. I don't know what to do. I feel like I've opened a door that can't be closed. Whatever I captured on camera that night is now following me, and I don't think it's going to stop. The other workers at the plantation won't talk to me anymore. They cross themselves when they see me coming and find excuses to be somewhere else. I'm considering quitting my job and moving away from Serra Verde entirely. But there's a part of me that worries she'll just follow me wherever I go. That cemetery is still there, surrounded by eucalyptus trees, and sometimes I think I should go back there to try to understand what she wants. But another part of me knows that would be the last mistake I'd ever make. I just wanted to share this as a warning. If you ever see something inexplicable in the darkness, something that shouldn't be there, don't capture it on camera. Don't create a permanent record of it, because some things aren't meant to be seen, let alone preserved. And now I feel like she'll never leave me alone, like somehow that photo created a connection that can't be broken. I hear the humming now, coming from just outside my neighbor's apartment. I have to go.